Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. Natural hair. Come on. Just come on. Come on. Thank you. All right. Good day to you, and wherever you're listening to us from. My name is Adeti Mufuluake, and this is their first Ado 2021. And I have this natural beauty here. I had her on the red carpet earlier. Please, can we just officially meet you before we go into the program proper?
My name is Tolu.
Okay, and you're new into
Tech.
all right, and you're here. Your expectations are
To hear from the speakers. And
okay. So, how many people have you met today? Like someone you don't know, people, and how many people have you connected with her? All right, do have a nice time. Enjoy your time here. The essence of the program is not just to come listen to the speakers. You are here to connect. You are here to relate. You are here to make friendship, a bond that will last you for life. My name is Aditi Mufoloake. As I said earlier, and this is their first Ado-Ekiti 2021. Right now, we'll have our first lead for Ado-Ekiti on stage for the overview and lots more. Please join me in a round of applause to welcome Oluwabusayo David. All right, thank you.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Oluwabusayo. By the grace of God, I'm the current lead for GDG Ado-Ekiti. I officially welcome you to the first Ado-Ekiti 2021, and which is tagged the focus. And without wasting much of our time, and there are a lot of sessions that have been segments for today's event. A lot of amazing speakers from Google, GDA, from big tech giant companies that have been ready to bless us today to deposit something new into our idea, our technology, innovation, and stuff like that. So I officially welcome you all to the first Ado-Ekiti 2021. And if you have been on the journey with us from 2016 to date, you definitely know it has always been an amazing moment when we come together to celebrate, to learn, to connect, and to share our own experience. So today is going to be an awesome moment, and just sit back, relax as we continue in today's event. But before I go, I'll tell you to keep the focus straight and never lose the focus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olubusayo David. That was amazing. That was the lead for the Ado-Ekiti branch here. Okay, then I think we have the first speaker ready, Mr. Wesley. Do we have Mr. Wesley ready? Okay, Mr. Wesley is live, and I'm sure you guys are excited to have him. If you are online on our YouTube channel, Facebook channel, or any other channel, do well to introduce yourself, send a shout out, send a if you have questions, you can also drop your questions now, and of course, they will be answered. All right, he's on screen. Can we have Mr. Wesley? Okay, he is named Wesley Chan. He's the author of Printers Hall best-selling Core Python. All right, sorry about that. Okay, he is an American software engineer who has worked at Google for the past 8 years. His role as a senior developer advocate, Wesley encourages developers to adopt Google's tool and APIs. He previously worked for Yahoo and was one of the original Yahoo Mail engineers. With a round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Wesley Chan.
Yes? Okay, I'm going to assume you can hear me. If not, let me know. I will start the presentation over here. Okay, Sanu Dasua. Thank you for coming to my talk. Today, I'm going to present serverless computing using Google Cloud. And so this is my Twitter if you want to reach me, but I am a developer advocate at Google. And if you have questions after the talk has finished, I have a Google Doc here. You can use this barcode or this short link, and you go to open Google Doc and you can ask your question later. Or if you want to see questions that other people have seen for the other talks that I have given. So this is a resource for you. Okay, so let's get started. So my mission is to help all current and future developers to be successful using Google Cloud and other Google developer tools and APIs. So today is my focus area, which is primary focus area, which is serverless. So I will tell you about our serverless tools. But I also know something about I also talk about higher education. I go to colleges and universities and talk to faculty and students about using Google APIs. And I know something about Workspace, which is Gmail, Google Drive, Calendar, Docs, Sheets, and Slides. And then I know a little something about our AI and ML APIs. And because I know so many different areas, I like to talk about using multiple products to build something very interesting. And so part of my job involves me traveling to different places, giving talks, creating code samples, making videos, and things like that. So in the introduction, my background is that I've been a software engineer. The most well-known product I worked on was Yahoo Mail. I helped build that about 20 years ago. But I am also a teacher, and I am a member of the Python community. So that's a little background about me. Today, I'm going to introduce you to why serverless. And the easiest way I like to tell people about why serverless is interesting or why it is important or why you should think about it is because, normally when we think of cloud computing, we think that, oh, I need to go and get a VM and then I need to put my application on it. But it is not as easy as that, because when you're getting the VM, you have to still think about the operating system. You still have to think about, the database server, the web server, all of these different things. And then you can put your application on it. And for those of us who write software all the time, we don't have time to think about all of those things in the middle, which take a lot of time. So of course, Google Cloud has, VMs. You can get a very small VM to a very large one. And then, of course, we have cloud storage, which is, your big data lake, because all of your data rivers flow into your data lake. So we do have that. But if you are running applications, there's better options for you, better choices. And so that's why I'm giving you this talk today. So what is serverless? So serverless, when you think about it in English, it sounds really interesting because you think, oh, what does this mean? I have no servers. And that is not true. Of course, there are servers. It's just that it is not that important to you. It's not something for you to worry about. So this PMM just means, it's a very complicated English words, pedagogically motivated misrepresentation. So that is like saying it is a lie, but it is a lie specifically for a reason. And the reason is we want developers to focus on solving the problems and not necessarily what it's going to run on. How many virtual machines do I need? How many instances? How many nodes? We don't want to think about all of those things. We want to write code, solve a business problem, and then put it on the internet and let people, show how I can solve your problem. The other reason why serverless is interesting is because a lot of companies around the world are putting more and more money into serverless because they have developers, but maybe they don't want to buy and maintain the hardware. So they will just use the cloud computing because it's, getting work done using somebody else's computers. That's really what it is. And it will help you if you go viral because serverless has auto scaling. And then same thing goes if you're just starting, you don't have a big business yet, and no one is calling your app, that is okay. With serverless, if if no one is running your app, then you are not getting billing, and so you are not paying. Versus if you get a virtual machine, you are paying for that machine 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all the time. So that is another advantage of serverless. Okay, so where does serverless fit into cloud computing overall? So cloud computing is these three major areas. Software as a service is basically applications that are running in the cloud. So if you're using any kind of like a Gmail, a Yahoo Mail, Hotmail, any app that is online or on a mobile is software as a service area of cloud computing. And then I talked about getting virtual machines and big disk, that is infrastructure as a service. And then platform as a service is what is mainly we call serverless. So of course, serverless means lots of different areas. So you can have a database in the cloud and not have to think about the machine that it runs on. Yes, that is a serverless database. That is true. But when I talk about serverless today, I'm really focused on just the computing part, the stuff that runs your code, not necessarily like data analytics or machine learning and things like that, which are also serverless too, but it is not the main focus. So we are talking about compute. And so I'm going to talk to you about App Engine, Cloud Functions, Cloud Run. And then there's some of these restricted path systems, which I will not talk about today. But note that these AppScript and Force.com are platform systems like these, except they rely on you having data that live at the SaaS level. So AppScript is useful if you have workspace data. Force.com is useful if you have Salesforce data. And if you don't have either of those, then you should just use a general purpose platform as a service system. But in any case, anything that is PaaS flavored counts as serverless compute. So that is in the same category. Okay. All right. So the Google Cloud has a lot of different places for you to run applications. So of course we have virtual machines. If you have a complex system, maybe you want to use Kubernetes. So we have lots of different ones, but the ones I'm going to focus on today are the ones that are in the yellow boxes. And the reason why I want to talk about these is because these are languages, these are platforms that are what we call fully managed, which means that you don't have to think about the machines versus all these other ones, these other ones, you have to think about how many nodes, how many instances and things like that. But fully managed means we take care of everything for you, so you don't have to think about it. So that is sort of like the main reason why I'm talking about these things. So, okay. So hopefully everybody understands that. Excuse me, I'm doing something on the no, the screen's not working. Okay, and if you want to see this chart, then you can take a look at this link down here. Okay, so the first product I want to talk about is App Engine. So App Engine is our first cloud product, and it's the one that most people know. Okay, it's app hosting in the cloud. And so App Engine exists because we asked developers around the world, what is it that is the most challenging to building an app that is available to all users around the world? And they said all of these things: machines and databases, operating systems, web servers. And so please build us a system that solves all of these problems, make it auto-scaling, make it so that we don't have to manage the hardware or think about instances, make it available to us in familiar languages, give us built-in services like a database, caching, spawning extra tasks, extra work, and storage. And so that's how App Engine got invented. And so here's the easiest, the shortest, world's smallest web application, which is in Python. So this is, there's only 3 files that are required. There is the configuration file here. There's the application file here. So all it does is just create a web page and just returns hello world. And then this is the packages file. So we need the web framework called Flask, which is a very popular one in Python. And if you download Google Cloud SDK and you type gcloud app deploy, in less than 60 seconds, your app will be available around the world at a special URL, for you to test with and try out. And then if you really are going to run your own company website, then you can go and get a domain, a custom domain, and then point it at your App Engine app. So this is the Python quick start. So you can get access to this code by going to this link. So that is App Engine. The next product is Google Cloud Functions. This is function hosting in the cloud. So maybe you don't have an entire web app. Maybe you just have small little pieces of code, little utilities, or just very short functionality, or what we call microservices. So that is what Cloud Functions is for. If you don't have to have anything big. You just have small pieces of code, and you want people to be able to call that code. So one of the things that Cloud Functions can do is it can be called by HTTP, just like App Engine. But some of the things that Cloud Functions can do that App Engine cannot do is in the bold, in the dark color here. So for example, background events. You can make a Cloud Function run when somebody uploads a file to cloud storage, when somebody logs into Firebase, when somebody sends a message to the pub sub system. It's our message queue system. It is like Kafka, if you've used that before. But in any case, Cloud Functions can run with background events so that you don't have to run the code. Your users don't have to run the code. It is executed automatically when you need it to. And like App Engine, it will auto scale. It's always available, and you're only paying when your customers are using it. It also has a more flexible development environment. So with App Engine, you develop on the command line and you deploy in the command line. But with a Cloud Function, you can use the command line, but you can also do everything in the browser. You can create the Cloud Function, code the Cloud Function, deploy the Cloud Function, and test the Cloud Function, all from the Cloud Console. So only need a browser for that. And if you do want to develop locally, we recommend that you use the Functions Framework, which is a side project related to Cloud Functions, where you can actually develop and test your functions locally on your machine, and then you can deploy it to Cloud Run, which I'm going to talk about next. One thing I wanted to say about Cloud Functions is that there is also a mobile version called Cloud Functions for Firebase. So if your app is only mobile, you should consider using Cloud Functions for Firebase. So there's two products. They're very similar. They're the same thing under the covers, but the Firebase version has more connectivity to Firebase and mobile tools, and the cloud one has more connectivity, access to cloud tools. So you have to decide which one you want. Also, the other thing is the mobile version only supports Node.js and JavaScript right now, but Google Cloud Function supports all of the other languages that you see listed here. Okay, so here is your Python world's smallest web app. It's so small, it's only 2 lines of code. And there's no configuration file like App Engine. It's in a lot of ways it's easier, but the deploy line is a little bit longer because there is no configuration file. You have to type more on the command line. So instead of gcloud app deploy, it's gcloud functions deploy. Then you have to give the name of the function. Then you have to say the language. Then you have to say what is going to make this function run. Is it uploading to cloud storage? Is it HTTP? Is it Firebase? So you have to specify how this function is called. And if I do a HTTP one, which is like App Engine, then in under 1 minute, you can get access to that cloud function at a special URL that we give you as well, / the name of your function. So these two have to be the same. Okay, so this is your Python Cloud Functions quick start. The last one is Google Cloud Run, which is container hosting in the cloud. So the main idea is containers have become very popular over the last 10 years. Thanks to Docker, it is a standard for deploying applications. It does not have the same restrictions as App Engine and Cloud Functions. I gave you a list of languages that are supported, right? But what if it's like a C++ imaging library? Well, you can't do that with App Engine or Cloud Functions. You want to have something in a container where you can pick any language you want, you can add and use any library you want, and you can even have binaries in your container, right? So as long as you can put it in a container, is the most flexible. And there's lots of different base images you can start with different operating systems, different languages installed. And really, it is now an industry standard because it is so flexible for developers. But a lot of people really like the convenience of serverless, like not having to think about machines or operating systems and things like that. But I do want to support, this other language. Or what if I want to use binaries? Or what if I develop for a serverless platform, but then I cannot take my code and applications to run elsewhere? Well, why do I have to choose between the flexibility of containers and the convenience of serverless? I want to have the best of both worlds. And so that's why we have Cloud Run. So with Cloud Run, it is a container. So you do have any language, any library, any binary. And the only thing we ask of you is that you leave one HTTP port open so the Cloud Run service can call into your container. And then you have to keep it stateless. That's probably the hardest thing. This means that, if your application, dies and restarts or it receives the same request over and over again because of retries, that it does not have a bad side effect on your data. It does not corrupt any data. It does not cause any other issues to happen. So that is what is meant by stateless. So that's probably the most challenging thing to do. But if you're able to do these things, you can use Docker or you can use Cloud Build to put it into a container. It goes into a registry, either container registry or artifact registry. And once it's in the registry, then you can deploy it to Cloud Run. Cloud Run also supports what we call GitOps, which is if you're using Git or GitHub, you can actually, make it so that if somebody commits code to GitHub, it will start the Cloud Build process and then it will deploy it to Cloud Run. So you can do that. And so there's some links here. I will give you the slides at the end so that you don't have to take pictures of everything. I should have mentioned this earlier. And the other good thing is a lot of people don't like or are afraid of containers because there's Dockerfile and it's very hard to make a good Dockerfile. But the good news is with Cloud Run, you don't have to worry about it. Cloud Build actually makes your Docker file for you if you use build packs. And you don't even have to think about that because it does it automatically. Okay, so I'll show you what that means. Here's the world's smallest Python web app. That goes in a container and it looks almost just like the App Engine one. In fact, it's identical except for this extra line here. The reason is because App Engine gives you a web server, but with Cloud Run, because it's a container, you have to put the web server in there. And if you forget, that's what these two lines of code are. It will run the Flask development server just in case you forgot to bundle your own web server. So that's why that's there. And then normally when you have containers, you do have a Docker file, which is how to put together a container image. And then you should probably have a Docker ignore to say, don't put these things in the image because I don't want my image to be too big. And then what you'll do is you'll build the container and put it in the registry. And then you'll, from the registry, you will deploy it to Cloud Run, gcloud run deploy. Or if you're lazy, you want to do both of these commands in one, then this is the combination command, gcloud run deploy. And so that you don't have to worry about two separate commands. This one gives you more flexibility having two commands, but if you're very new, it's easy just to do gcloud run deploy and then your service name. And then just like App Engine and Cloud Functions, in under 60 seconds, your app is available globally at a special URL that we give you. Okay. And of course, now I mentioned that Docker and Dockerfile is optional, and that's because of build packs. And I don't have a slide for it, but what happens is when you when you do these things and you don't have a Docker file, Cloud Run or Cloud Build will ask Cloud Build Packs. It will look for the build pack service, and it will ask the build pack service to make your Docker file for you automatically, and then it will build a container for you. So you don't have to even talk to build packs. It's already there, part of the Cloud Build system. Okay, so that is it for the three products. But now how do you compare them? So, depending on what you're trying to do, sometimes you would use App Engine, sometimes you would use Cloud Run, and sometimes you would use Cloud Functions. It depends on the job that you're trying to do. Most of the time, you're probably going to pick Cloud Run and Cloud Functions because, well, not that App Engine is the oldest one, but that doesn't mean it's, out of date or whatever. It's just most of the developer industry, software industry is moving to containers. And so that's why Cloud Run, you can think of it as sort of like the App Engine of the container software world. So it's basically like the next generation of App Engine. Okay, so typically, because more and more people are using containers, we typically send people to Cloud Run unless they have only very small pieces of code, in which case then you can use Cloud Functions. Okay, but if you don't have to think about it, but if you do want to use App Engine, you still can. So it's not like we're not shutting it down or anything like that. Okay, so if you are new to serverless and you want to try them, I have an interesting app that I wrote very recently. It is a very small version of a Google Translate. So Google Translate is very useful, right? But this one's very simple. It only translates from English to Spanish, and it uses the Cloud Translation API, which, by the way, you can. Cloud Translation is the API for Google Translate. So if in your country you're working a lot with English, and maybe Hausa or maybe Igbo or Fulde. I don't remember how to pronounce all of your languages, but there's many in Nigeria, right? And so you may want to use this for your applications at some point. So it's a good exercise to learn how to use the Cloud Translation API. So this is very simple, English to Spanish, okay? But the interesting thing about this app is you can run it locally using the Flask server on your computer, or you can run it on App Engine, or you can run it on Cloud Run, or you can run it on Cloud Functions without changing any code. There is no changes to the code. So the only things that change is the configuration. So if you play with this app and you can try and deploy to all three of them so that you can learn the differences between them, how they work. And then maybe when it comes time for you to decide which is the right product for me, you will already know because you have already tried them and you know how they work, you know how they're different from each other and things like that. Okay. And so I have a set of code labs. So I'm sure you all have done code labs before, but a code lab is just a free online tutorial that leads you step by step to doing something. And so there, this application can run on Python 2 and 3 locally. It can run on App Engine, Python 2 or 3. It can run on Cloud Run, Python 2 or 3. It can run on Cloud Functions, Python 3 only. Python 2 is too old for Cloud Functions. Okay, so there's 7 different code labs, one for each of the different deployments, depending on where you are at and what you want to try. But they're almost identical. They're almost the same. Okay, so the main idea is for you to try one with App Engine, one with Cloud Run, one with Cloud Functions, so that you can get an idea of how the products work. Okay, so that's that. A lot of people ask about cost. So people often ask what is free. So in Google Cloud, if you are a new customer, you get $300. That is credit good for 90 days. I would say don't do that yet. I would say study our stuff. Look at the code samples, be familiar, and then because the thing is, if you start the clock for 90 days, that 90 days disappears very fast. So don't do it unless you're really, really ready to go and use it and take advantage of the $300. In addition, there's a quota on many products that is always free. So you can look at that. And then for serverless, for App Engine, you get 28 hours free per day, 1 gigabyte of storage, 1 gigabyte of network, outbound networking. And then Cloud Run, Cloud Functions, you get 2 million calls per month, a certain amount of memory time, a certain amount of CPU time, and also network outbound. The App Engine quota is per day, but the Cloud Run, Cloud Functions is per month. Okay. And then if you know professors who are teaching and want to use this stuff, they can go to this link and apply for teaching grants. And then just one example application, and then I will wrap up. So my friend gave a talk at Cloud Next, our big conference, on how to create a very simple sales inventory, a web application to help people who are selling things on the floor to the office, all of the back computing, storage, spreadsheets, and databases. So she wrote an app where you are selling shoes. There's pictures of the shoes. There's prices. Is it in the warehouse? Is it in the store? And then the link to the shoe information. And so she wants the people who work at the cash register to collect the money to be able to show customers how much things cost, what it looks like. And so she built an app where everything is used in a spreadsheet. You can use it on a mobile, you can use it on a laptop in the store, but then to manage all the data, she uses a combination of AppScript, which is serverless on the workspace side, which we do not have time to talk about today. Several cloud functions to take the inventory data, like this data, and put it, into cloud storage, put the image in the cloud storage, then analyze it with Cloud Vision, put everything in the database, and then another cloud function that gets the inventory. So while the people are working on, in the shoe store can use a spreadsheet to update inventory and things like that, the people at the cash register can call the web app running in Cloud Functions to display this information to customers. And then you can, she gave some of the source code, not all of the source code, available on GitHub. And then you can also watch the video to learn more about her application. So to wrap up, why cloud? Cloud computing is everywhere, so you should try it. It's not too late. Really, it's a good way to get jobs. It helps you as part of the next generation workforce. Google Cloud has lots of different features, compute, storage, things, machine learning, networking, but serverless is very useful because it lets you focus on just your apps. And you can do all kinds of interesting things if you use all of cloud, which is Cloud Platform plus Google Workspace. and then some links which I will give you to learn more about cloud. You can even compare with other companies like AWS and Azure if you're familiar with those. A lot of code labs to get you started. Oh, by the way, faster internet is coming to Africa. We are building a new under ocean cable that goes from Portugal all the way down to South Africa. And there will be a branch that goes specifically to Lagos. So you all will have access to faster internet very, very soon. So that's exciting. And that is it. So other Google products that have APIs you can be interested in is Google Workspace. I already mentioned Firebase for mobile development. Google Data Studio helps you build beautiful dashboards. For voice-driven applications, use Dialogflow and build actions on Google applications. YouTube has APIs. Maps has APIs. Flutter is very hot right now. So this is where I want to build a web app, the Android app, and the iOS app in one code base. I don't want to have to write the web app first, then make an Android version, hire new developers, then hire other developers to build the iPhone version. I want to have one code to do that. So Flutter is very interesting now. Okay, that is it. The link to the slides. So this is a shorter talk. The slides is actually the 1 hour version of this talk. So there will be many more slides than what we saw today. I also gave this talk earlier this year at a Python user group in Silicon Valley, so you can watch the video. And then if you notice, the progress bar is not at the bottom. PowerPoint and Google Slides does not have a progress bar. So one of my coworkers wrote this one using AppScript, which is a workspace serverless tool, the one we didn't have time to talk about today. You can learn more about that and watch the video that we made to describe this progress bar. And my daughter says hello. She likes to draw these Japanese characters. And then here's the link to the Google Doc again. So that is it. I'm going to turn it back over to the organizers. Thank you very much. Everybody take a picture of this one. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. So this is the most important picture to take picture of. So okay, I'll give it back to the organizers. Does anybody have questions? Do we have time for questions, or I'll let the organizers take over if to moderate. You're on mute. You're on mute. I think you may be muted.
Hi, I don't think I can hear you. Hi. Well, I didn't hear anything, to be honest. Just someone let me know if I have to start or not. And I already shared my screen, so maybe you can bring it up to the to this screen, so I can start. Right. So I guess just someone tell me if everything is okay. You hear me well? All right, very well. So let's get started because I have a lot to say and little time. So I hope that everyone is seeing me and hearing me very well. So we're gonna talk. Thanks to Wesley. So he kind of ended up the session with talking about Flutter and how Flutter is cool these days, and it's like a nice transition to my talk. So I'm not gonna talk about like Flutter, like a beginner, journey, but it's more of a like an advanced topic. But I hope that even if you don't have any experience with Flutter, you will get something out of this talk because it's mostly about architectural thinking, and you can even apply it to your the different applications where you are working and you are dealing with the states. So sooner or late, when you start, your application, your application grow, and the team grow, and your requirements grow, and you need more advanced, maybe architecture in the app or state management. Sometimes the state management isn't is just mentioned across the teams with like interchangeably with architecture. So but let's get into that. So today, what I'm going to talk about is mostly I'm going to go through the architectural thinking and then quickly review on how Flutter state management word looks like and how you can add some architectural characteristic to your Flutter state management of choices and then make your decision. So before that, I was introduced, I think, but I didn't hear that. But let me quickly go through it. My name is Majid. I'm a Google developer expert for Flutter and a passionate community leader and software engineer. I've been working as solution architect for quite some time, and that's the reason I chose architectural thinking for this, presentation. You can find me on internet with the handler that you see on this screen everywhere, literally everywhere. If you search this handler, you will find me. So let's get started. Quickly go through the architectural thinkings. So if you are a software developer or whether you are senior or junior, or doesn't matter, like you have some experience, if you have not done any software architecture before, I encourage you to go and read this book, Fundamentals of Software Architecture, because it's a very nice book that you get fundamentals of architecting a software and gives you a lot of good advices and also thinkings. And 3 points here which I mentioned here, like trades off or business drives or breadth of knowledge, are grasped from this book. So but let me talk about it. Like when architects are talking about architecting, we're mainly talking about the trades off, right? Let me give you an example here, a real example. When you see an aircraft, most of us are very familiar with an aircraft that has an engine below the wings, right? It's very common that we see that. In fact, when I researched, I realized that there are a couple of other different architecture for the wings as well. So you have some airplanes that they have, the engine on top, or some airplanes that they have embedded engine, and etc., etc. So these 3 ones were particularly interested to me. But as an architect, the question for me was, okay, then which one is better, right? Um, well, the answer is, well, I don't know. Maybe when the wings is below the wing, the engine is below the wings, because I see it everywhere. But is that the correct answer? Like that is the best one? Well, we'll figure it out. I said I said that I need to research and find out. So in fact, I found three area that I could compare these solutions. So safety was one of them. For example, I realized if the engine is below the wings, apparently is safer because it's it's not close to the cabin or the gas, gas tank or stuff like that. So it makes it a little bit safer. So when it's under the wings, especially, so it's apparently when I researched, I realized that it gives more flexibility in terms of adding more engines as well as bigger engines. While when it's on top or embedded, that's a bit harder. And because the engines are below and closer to the ground, they're easier to maintain, right? Because like maintainers can just quickly access the engine. Well, now the question is, do you think like when the engine is below the wings is the best? Well, there are actually other factors. When you actually add these engines below the wings, you're there are some trades off to that as well. Okay, let's figure out. For example, because of the way that is designed, like the physics, when you add the engine below the wing, it seems like the aerodynamic of the air flowing to the aircraft, it's a bit slightly different from the other two ones, and therefore the fuel consumption going higher, so the cost is generally higher. And also because it's closer to the ground, so it actually absorbs dust and things like that, so the lifespan of the engines are like shorter, so the cost is quite higher here. But then there are some trades-off. So why then don't use these engines on top of the wings? Well, the question is now, after we figure out all of these at least criteria, which one is better? Though that is the answer that all architects usually gives you. Two words, very boring one, and maybe irritating one that they usually say, it depends. Well, in fact, if you want a safer and maybe easier to maintain, let's say, because agility is very important for the aircraft, then maybe we need to have the engines below the wings. But if that's not the case, then maybe other ways. So the fact that what criteria we're talking about is very important, and that's the reason we are making our decision based on that. Another thing that architects usually are trying to do is to widen their knowledge. They try to learn, they try to understand the stuff that they don't know. Like they want to know what they don't know. For example, let's see, I'll give you an example. Who has heard about triple patterns or segmented statement patterns in the audiences? Well, I can't see you, but usually I see almost no one has heard about it. And the reason is that probably we haven't searched about it, or we are not very curious like to find this state management out. But when it comes to your decision about the state management, this is pretty important to have a wide knowledge, or the breadth of knowledge must be very wide. So you need to know that this pattern exists. That might be your solution. So in fact, it's easy because this is actually mentioned in the Flutter state management under options. The last one is triple patterns. You can simply find it out. So, but speaking of the Flutter state management, I mentioned there is a page on Flutter and Flutter documentation, and then you can find out on some of the state management. So this is by far maybe the most controversial topic in Flutter community, and maybe in many applications, like what is state and how should I choose a state management library, and stuff like that. But because everyone needs it, it's very important. I'm gonna actually walk you through the journey that I went when I wanted to choose an estate management for my application. Here is my MJ Coffee app, which I built for my demo purposes, for my training workshops, and etc. So I wanted to add an state management to this package. It's a simple package. It has logging, home screen, menu screen, details screen, and etc. etc. So there are some states here. Okay. So initially I thought that maybe I should have the state per screen, right? Well, that's one way of doing that. Another way was maybe I should have a global state and then share it across the screens. Well, that's also another way of that. So which one is better? That's hard to explain. So, but there is something that I can tell you. So what when I say it depends on maybe this chart. For example, if I need to have the state and I need to share it across most or almost some widgets, then that's the part we call it app state. That's the part maybe you need a single source and then you need to inject it to these widgets. Or another part is maybe a single widget where, well, it's completely valid to have a state only for widget if it's a ephemeral state, right? So it's something that widget only requires that. That's what we call it a ephemeral state in Flutter. So, all right. But then I knew this right now, so that I needed to decide about my app state management or a ephemeral state management. Maybe I can use one solution for both, maybe two solutions for each. Well, we'll figure it out. I actually checked the recommended packages in Flutter state management documentation. Well, it's a bunch of them, right? And in fact, there is a lot of state management packages. At least top 30 ones I can show you from this picture, where one of the good member of the community, Mike, is producing from some time to time. And when I looked at this, it says, oh, this is like, it's a lot. So when I want to choose something, then it's hard. How should I decide what to choose? By looking at the documentation and reading a little bit upon some of them, to just have the breadth of knowledge. I need to know at least they exist, right? I realized that I can categorize them into three different categories. It will be some packages that are using Flutter features. There are some packages that are using reactive programming based pattern like Mobex, Block. And there are some packages that they have functional programming based, like, for example, Redux. All right. So that's the first category is good for me. It gives me some indication. For example, maybe my app doesn't have any stream or it doesn't need real-time data flow. Then maybe I should omit reactive programming from the beginning. By looking at this chart again, I realized that I need to shorten this list to maybe 5, 6 maximum, packages, and then compare them and find out which one is the best for my application and my team, and does the work, right? Looking at this chart, I came up with some criteria that is important for me. For example, I wanted some packages that is widely used, like looking at the likes and stars and stuff like that. Having a good documentation was very important. Just checking the documentation, it shows which one is better to my eye. The code coverage over 70% was very important. I need a package that is well tested. At least I have some confidence to use that, right? And I wanted some packages that does only state management, and maybe dependency injection was a plus if it does. And then at the end, I wanted to see if these packages are like maintained very well. Is that repository is active or not? Then I came up with a list. But before that, could I show you the list? I wanted to mention about the business drive that I mentioned in the beginning of this talk. Here is where the architects usually start having the characteristics. So architects love to add an elity to end of any words and say, hey, this is something that we need to discuss. And that's a characteristic, right? But then that is the different language from a language that business or Flutter developer has. So that's the part you need to get something mapped to their language. It's good to talk to developers or domain concerns like business with their language. All right. So, but then when I say scalability, does it mean, what does it mean? Extensibility. It means for business merging. If you want to add more and more people, like if you want to add more and more features, like how extendable is this package? Or does it come with a lot of boilerplate codes? Should I maintain that? Does it take long time? These are like the concerns from the dev perspective. Or time to market, agility, testability, right? So can I easily adopt it, learn it, and quickly do something, deploy a feature? That's what they usually say, time to market in business perspective. Or customer satisfaction, or in our case, dev satisfaction. Does this package make me very productive? Does it come with code generation, for example? Do I care about code generation? Do I need a good documentation? Do I need a dev tools? Does it come with a dev tools? These are the terms that the usual dev says. And time and budget, like, is it simple to use? And is it even feasible to use this package in my small application? So how complex is, like, if you want to compare it to the dev concerns, is it like very complex for the team? Depends on my side, the team size. Do I need more people? And then things like that, right? After mapping this, then I ended up having eight characteristic or seven characteristic comparing for seven packages: simplicity, productivity, testability, scalability, maintainability, adaptability, agility, and deployability. So these are the characteristics that I chose based on those language, so I can communicate with dev as well as I can communicate to business. I started with the simplest one, set a state, like the bare minimum one from a Flutter framework. So was it simple? Like, absolutely, it was the simplest that I could find. I started to looking at some code. I had some experience. There is a library, there is a repository on GitHub. It's for called Flutter architecture. So you see all of these patterns actually implemented. So you don't need to write anything or to experience. You can even read some code that is already written for you by someone else, and you can compare it there. That's actually what I did for some of them, and for some of them I had experience and I had to um, just get my hand dirty with the code. But then after looking at the set state, I realized that it makes me very productive. But in fact, when my app is growing, then it's some bottleneck. Maybe it's not that productive. It's not very good and testable. It's very hard to test it at some point, and maybe not very good for scaling, because then I'm not able to pass down like my state to very nested widgets, and things like that makes it very hard for me to put down the estate and lift them up, and to the parent. So in fact, then I come up with some ideas. I said maybe this is good for thermal state, like for one widget, or maybe for very simple project and for demo purposes. And then another one was in my list, provider and change notifier. I said, okay, let's go. Let's go for that. It seems like they said the time is over, but I started 11:35. I should have 5 more minutes. Just give me 2 more minutes. I will round it up. Then I need to talk quickly. Then let's not talk about provider. Because provider, the author of provider said that you need to use Riverpod. He is also the author of Riverpod. So, and then again, all the characteristics, I made them some suggestion here. Unfortunately, I have to skip. I'm not able to speak about that, but I'm blocked from the category of streaming and reactive programming. I give you this slide. You can actually look that later. But the point here is that after this list is done, I made this chart for myself. And here is, I said, okay, now I have 6 options. So I'm going to choose which one is the best for me. And well, I narrowed down these options. And I said, okay, for these entities, maybe simplicity and agility is the most important for me. I don't want to just deal with complexity of the product. I don't want to learn anything new. I don't want to add anything extra to my developers to learn something. Then you may guess now which package I used. Even based on this comparison, for my application, I decided that to go with set state because that's the simplest one and make me the most agile one when it comes to development. And there is no dependencies that I need to go and learn. So to summarize, what is very important is that as an architect, it's important to have like the thinking, like always asking, okay, what is the situation? What is the, the abilities that you're requiring to know? What is the characteristics that you're looking for? And mapping that to the dev concerns and make your decision based on that. And then the question always is which one is better? And you know the answer from now, right? So it's always going to be, it depends. It really depends on the situation, your app, and what you want to do. Thank you very much. I had to speak a little bit faster for some reason. It seems like I was run out of the time because I already took my time. It was 20 minutes, but anyway. So I can come back to the moderators. Not sure what should we do now. Let me know. If there's any question or anything, you can come back to me later with my handler anywhere on the internet. I will be happy to answer all of the questions. Anything that I should do, moderators? Was 20 minutes, but anyway. So
all right, thank you so much, Mr. Ajid Majian, for your time. Please, do we have any questions for him? Any questions for him in the house? Are we shy? Any questions online for him as well? Okay, that was Mr.
I can come back.
All right, thank you so much. That was Mr. Majid Ajian talking on architectural thinking on Flutter state management, and that was brilliant. Thank you so much. Okay, we have our speaker Jonathan still online. Thank you so much for being there. We have Mr. Rob still online. Thank you so much for being there. And we'll take about 5 minutes break, just 5 minutes break. All right, 5 minutes break for the game, and we'll be back to have Mr. Jonathan. Please, just 5 minutes. All right. All right. We have him coming up for the game.
Okay, am I audible? Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I am Goodness Olawure by name, and I will be anchoring the game session. So, a lot of us are familiar with Kahoot, and that is the platform we'll be using for this game. We have a couple of prizes, a lot of prizes actually, to be won by our online participants, right? And some of those prizes includes coupon codes from Delivery Now. We have a lot of them. And so Delivery Now is a startup that helps you manage the process of ordering food, right? Getting your food from different restaurants around the state. So we have free coupon codes from them. We have ebooks. We have shirts. We have Flutter courses. Yes. So we'll start right now. So okay. So you can just proceed to www.kaut.it. Okay. So after the okay.
All right, we are so sorry for that because our next speaker is already on ground, and so we'll be taking the game session later, much later, after we have our next speaker. All right, this is still DevFest 2021 Ado, and I'm excited to be here. Hope we've been learning, hope we've been taking notes. I didn't hear you guys. Hope we've been taking notes. All right, at the end of every session, we'll have a summary. I mean, the total session will have a summary from you guys. I'll pick someone to make a summary. Okay, we have Mr. Jonathan in the building. Mr. Jonathan Campos, he's talking about get going with Istio. Jonathan is a CTO for Alto, a ride-hailing startup based in Dallas. At Alto, Jonathan works with Jacob and many other talented developers to produce some of the most amazing systems around. Using Kubernetes, Istio, Firebase, and many other wonderful products, Alto is positioned to grow and scale out of the entire nation. With a round of applause, please welcome Jonathan Campos, please. So our online viewers, please, you can just raise your hand, you can just say hi, you can just say welcome.
Thank you all for having me. I hope you guys can hear me well. Coming to you from Dallas, Texas, way on the other side of the world, but I'm really excited to talk to you all about some of the stuff that we have going on at Alto, some of the technology that we use at Alto. Specifically, here we're talking about Kubernetes and Istio. So with Kubernetes, we're going to get right. We only have 15 minutes. We're going to get right into it and move very quickly. If you have any questions, please put in the chat. I'll definitely try to answer them very, very fast. And make sure to always reach out. Always happy to answer more questions as they come in. So for those that don't know and haven't used things like Kubernetes and Istio, let's get right into it. What is Kubernetes? Kubernetes. So with Kubernetes, previously, before we were able to use technologies such as Kubernetes, we would have services that we would build and we put it up in the cloud, or we'd use on-premises servers, and we'd have tons of different applications interacting in different ways. Kubernetes really organized that and put that into one system to where it can handle things like restarting these services if they go down, or replicating the services if there's a lot of load and we need more of a certain system. It really kind of handled how you move these services between various servers, whether it's in the cloud and like a virtual server and what we might call a node, or on premises and it's actually a physical server that you take care of. On top of that, if you had services of different sizes needing different memory and different CPU, Kubernetes would kind of handle which nodes these services would be put into. And in the case that you had nodes that weren't being used because they were a wasted node with no services running in them, Kubernetes would actually go ahead and turn off those nodes for you and turn on nodes as needed. So it really kind of helped with that scaling problem and starting up services. The problem is that there was definitely something missing. Your projects that we're looking at, they're very, very large. They've got a lot of things going on. You're talking to Cloud SQL for your database. You're talking to Firebase for authentication, BigQuery, PubSub, tons of different services. You're talking externally to all sorts of different companies. And this is all the stuff that's needed to get your company running. Well, in these cases, Kubernetes was great about handling the services, But why would we need Istio? What was the point of Istio in this solution? Well, with Kubernetes handling your pods and your nodes and the replication and keeping your services running, Istio really was the glue that is making all of those pods be able to communicate together and your services be able to communicate with the outside world. Um, it's as you can tell from the picture, kind of the web between all of the Kubernetes pods. Yes, you can do some simple routing with Kubernetes without having to use Istio, but we're trying to go a lot further. So what are the four main things that Istio provides for you? So first is traffic management, then security, various policies, and telemetry. I'm going to go pretty quickly through some of these different pieces, but I definitely want you to, these are the main concepts I want you guys to understand. So with traffic management, here we're talking about the ability to route requests and configure how requests come in. So even though a user goes to, in our case, rideout.com/welcome, uh, that request is actually routed through various systems into a specific service uh, without the service doesn't have to know that it's listening for /welcome. It can just be listening to a plain slash uh, uh, but Istio will actually route that request into a specific service. And what's great about this is now we can go further with that request routing, and we can do other things by hijacking how Istio gets the request all the way to your API and your service. So with that request routing, we could then do other things like we could add fault injection, so that way we can actually turn around and uh, randomly give back errors to the user. This may not sound great in production, and definitely probably something you may not want to use in production, but within Alto, we actually use fault injection on lower environments, so that way we can actually give our developers errors as they're using the system, so that way they can properly code and have fewer errors in production because we're actually able to see those random errors that kind of happen um, on lower environments. You can also do traffic shifting where you actually move traffic from one service to another by changing like an A/B test. And so you can actually say, rather than 100% of all the traffic going to one service, you can actually have traffic go to two services and actually splitting them up by different percentages, where 50% goes to service A, 50% goes to service B. Uh, if you can do all sorts of different percentages and different rules around how to do this traffic shifting. You can add request timeouts. So if you want to specifically make various requests take longer or specifically time out, again, this is kind of going on the same idea of fault injection, ways to make your services act badly. This really helps you code better overall. You can control how traffic comes in. So if traffic is coming in from the outside world and you have a bad actor out there trying to hit your services maliciously, you could actually just stop those calls from coming in at the outermost layer of your services, at the edges, rather than letting them get into your services and cause problems. And by doing this, you can actually protect your services overall. Then you can also secure your gateways and how that traffic comes in with HTTPS and secure sockets. You can control how traffic goes out with this traffic management. You can do circuit breaking. So if you know that after so many requests, your services are going to degrade and actually go slower, you can actually do circuit breaking where you say, okay, I'm going to take in 100 requests and 101 requests, rather than it slowing down my whole system, I can actually start giving back errors to those people and keep all the other requests going successfully. This is definitely something that's really important as you start getting a certain scale, so that way you keep a consistent usage of your system and don't let your system run overboard. Uh, then, another thing that you can do with traffic management is you can actually do mirroring. This is actually the big thing that sold me coming over to Istio, which is by being able to mirror between services, I can actually have a new service that I am putting out there into the world, and start sending it traffic without it actually, and be able to watch how it actually responds to that traffic um, uh, before I even put it out there fully. And then after I feel like it's running pretty well, then I can start routing requests to that new service, and then finally use that new service fully in production. When it comes to security, moving on to the next main point, security is allowing us to do mutual TLS. We can do authentication policies. We can make sure that people don't hit our services unless they've been authenticated and they have specific like JOTs or JWTs that they're using. They can make sure that again, two services that are talking between each other, that they're using mutual TLS, that they're always got a secure connection, so that way you don't have like a bad man in the middle attack going on. On top of that, you can do authorization. So not just do they have a uh, a JWT that's active, but Istio can then look within the JWT and make sure that has specific custom claims. Again, here I'm talking about things like Firebase, but if you also use services like Auth0 and others, it works directly with that. And then it can do things like key rotation and make sure that your all of that is being kept up to date. With when it comes to policies, you can do things like rate limiting, making sure that one specific endpoint doesn't hit your services too often. So if you've got APIs you're building for the outside world, you can make sure that if someone's hitting, such as a service such as writeout.com, that they're not hitting it 1,000 times a second. You can actually say, okay, this API or this IP address that's hitting me can only hit me, once every minute. And if they try to do more than that, it can go ahead and give them back errors. This is what's great about all these things is these are things that you're doing without having to go into your code and program all of these exact rules. You can actually do it in configuration at the edge. We're going to look at that in a second. On top of that, you can deny specific IP addresses, kind of protect yourself. White and blacklisting or allow deny lists, again, allowing or denying specific endpoints to hit your system. And then finally, with telemetry, you can all of this information that's coming through, we can be able to route it to all of our metrics and our logging, such as Prometheus, and then be able to start using systems like Grafana and others to actually see what's going on in your system and making sure it's working well at all times. So I know I kind of hinted at how does this work, different routing. Let's actually look at it. So with before Istio, you would actually have two pods talking together, and you kind of had to know which pod you were talking to, which service you were talking to in this case, and how to route between that, and that would actually have to be programmed into your system. With Istio enabled in Kubernetes, you actually have your container, your service that's running, and Istio actually inserts a sidecar container, a sidecar, uh, a sidecar container that is running and actually serves as a proxy between your services. And the fact that it's a proxy between your services, now it can get in between all of your calls and do things like mutual TLS or others to route those services to talk in different ways. So in this case, as requests are happening between the sidecars and different services are talking to one another, it's able to see all of the traffic that's coming through and make sure that traffic is secure, and then also send out telemetry to Prometheus so you can actually watch it in Grafana. This is again, your code hasn't changed. The sidecar is kind of handling this work. So you may be asking, okay, like this sounds great. This sounds like so many features. How do I actually code this to make this work? Like, what am I actually doing? So you're going to write configuration files, simple YAML configuration files. Okay, honestly, you're going to write a lot of configuration files. There's quite a few that take to set this up, but it's based on how many services you have determines how many YAML files you're creating. So it's not too daunting. But let's look at how many YAML files we're talking about and how you can use that configuration to route your requests. So if we're actually looking at a new request coming into your service, the request hits your service mesh. So they're hitting you at writeout.com, and your service mesh picks up that request coming in, and the ingress gateway, which is your first uh, which is your first workload or service that's running, sees that and starts routing within the service mesh. So you have different what's they're called gateways. So you have different gateway files that are set up. These gateway files are looking for what is the host. So is it rideout.com? Is it google.com? Is it whatever? And based on the host and the URL and the port, it will actually route to a specific gateway. So here I'm going to rideout.com as opposed to google.com if I so control both of those URLs. Once that comes in, it then is able to look further into the URL. So rather than just going to google.com or rideout.com, we're going to rideout.com/welcome. Well, based on that URI and various matching rules, it knows that I need to actually route to this specific virtual service. Again, a gateway and a virtual service are both just simple YAML files that you'll create that determines this kind of routing. And we'll look at those in just a moment of what exactly that looks like. Once the uh, once the virtual service is hit, it then is able to route to a destination. This is what can actually control the splitting between various services, and then finally to your service. This all happens in a blink of an eye. Istio is very fast, but hopefully you can start seeing that just by adding new destination rules, new virtual services, you can actually start routing between different pods and different services, and you can actually change the routing of your service without having to touch the code. So you might say, okay, what does it take to actually get going? How do I install this? So with GKE, you can quickly install Istio with just an add-on, as you see here in some of the CLI code for Google Cloud. The big or if you have a GKE cluster already running, you can update and add the add-on later, which will get Istio going right out of the gate. I know that we definitely went quickly through this. I only have a few seconds left, but you might say, like, what is the best place to learn? I highly, highly recommend going and looking at their documentation on istio.com. They have some of the best documentation and the best code examples I've seen. If you spend a couple days going through it, you can definitely see how to use Istio and be able to learn how to do each and every one of these steps and all of the code necessary. That is my time. That's my presentation. I'm going to hand this back over to our moderators and see. Hoping you guys have a great DevFest and keep learning. Feel free to reach out. I'm happy to always answer questions.
Get going with Istio. Do we have any questions for him, please? Do we have any question for him? It seems we're all getting it. There will be a summary session coming from you guys at the end of the collective session. Hope we are ready. Okay, we've had Rob in the house. He's been get going with Istio. Do we have any questions? All right, sorry about that. Okay, we've had Rob in the house and he's been online for a while. We want to say a big thank you for your patience. Okay, Rob Richardson is a software craftsman building web properties in ASP.NET and Node, React, and Vue. He's a Microsoft MVP, published author, a frequent speaker at conferences, user group, and the community events, and a diligent teacher and student of high-quality software development. He's popularly known as Bob Rich. Do we still? All right, let's have him.
I'm so excited to be able to do this presentation. Are you able to see my screen? No screen yet. Let me try stop screen share. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay, so let's dig in. Our goal is to build a DevOps pipeline for containers. And right now we have an empty folder. So let's scaffold a site. I'm going to call this one level up DevOps, and I'll give it actually .NET new MVC, name level up DevOps, output folder into the current folder. Now, if I didn't give it a name, it would use my current folder, which in this case is demo. And if I didn't give it an output folder, it would create a new folder inside that. So now we've got a website. Perfect. Now we can start to push this to containers. Let's pop this site open in VS Code. And our first step then is to take a look at this website. We have a home controller here. We also have views, and here's our home view. So rather than welcome, I'll say welcome to Ado-Ekiti. Apologies. Okay, so let's start getting this content into Git. I'm going to create a new file, .gitignore, and that we don't want in our Git repository. Bin obj, the .vs folder, star.user, star.suo. Maybe we might include log files. Anything that we would download or build or user-specific files would go here. Now, as we start talking about containerizing an application, let's create a similar file, a .docker-ignore. And we have those same group files, all the things that we've built or downloaded or user-specific files, in addition to log files, but also development files. So for example, this app settings.development.json, app settings.development.json, and the launch settings.json. Both of those will be in our Docker container in production. Ooh, do we want to build assets? Sure. That will add the content that we need to be able to debug our code. Let's also ignore that in our Docker ignore file. Now that we've got a Docker ignore file, let's build a Docker file. Now, it's important that this be named Dockerfile and not dockerfile.txt. So if you accidentally added the .txt, you can just come in and rename it, and that'll work great. I have the Docker extension in VS Code, so I get a nice whale icon. Now, a Docker file has a few different verbs. We have from, copy, run, and cmd. And if you understand these 4 commands, you can do most anything in Docker. Let's start with from. I'm going to head out to Docker Hub, and let's search for .NET. And here in this repo, we can see the various .NET repositories. I'm going to pick the .NET SDK, which includes the build tools. And here is the base image that we want to build from. Scrolling down, we can see that there's also an Alpine variant. Let's use that. So we will say from Microsoft SDK Alpine. Next, we want to copy the content from our current directory here into the current directory in our container. What is that directory? Let's set workdir to src, and now we've copied all the things. Well, except for what's excluded from Docker ignore. Next, we want to run some commands. Now, if we were running it on a shell, we would say .NET restore, .NET build. We'll build in release mode. .NET test. We'll also test in release mode to ensure we don't get two things, one release and one debug. And .NET publish -c release -o dist. Now we're publishing our content much like we would inside Visual Studio, just right-clicking publish. Now, these are the shell commands that we would need to run. Let's run them as Docker commands. We'll run this one, we'll run this one, we'll run this one, we'll run this one. And then we need to set some environment variables. Let's copy and paste those into place just for the sake of time. And then we'll change our workdir to /dist, and our cmd is the command that will run as we start up our container, and we will run level up devops.dll. Now this would work great, but there are some things that we can tidy up. Now, right now we have build tools and a compiler inside of our container. That's definitely not a great solution. Back in Docker Hub, we can take a look at the ASP.NET container, and this one doesn't include a compiler, only the runtime. That's perfect. Let's grab this. We can also see that there is an Alpine variant right here. Let's then separate these into two. We will do this, and this one then becomes our production container, and this becomes our build container. Now the cool part is that when we tag it, this bottom one will be tagged. Now let's change this to app, and we need to copy now from this dist folder into the current folder, but right now it would copy from our local machine. Let's copy from equals build, and we'll name this one as build, and that will get that content into our second image. The other thing that we'll do is right now we are copying all the content and then running .NET Restore. So if I change a HTML file or a JavaScript file, it will restore packages. Let's restore our packages first and then copy everything. We still do need to copy our manifest. So let's copy level up devops.csproj into the current folder. And now we've got a Docker file that is great. We don't have build tools inside of our production image, and we've cached our NuGet packages, our dependencies, so that we avoid restoring them if we're building locally. Next up, let's pull in a Kubernetes YAML file. I've got the one that I used last time here. Let's set that in place. And now this Kubernetes YAML file includes all of the details we need to deploy to Kubernetes. Now we do need to replace last time with level up DevOps. This Kubernetes YAML file includes a deployment, a service, and ingress to be able to deploy this content into Kubernetes. Oh, it looks like I only replaced one of them. Let's replace the rest of them. Replace all. There we go. Now that we've got our Kubernetes YAML file, let's commit this content. I'll come in here to source code, double check that I'm not including any user specific or built content, and let's do a website, commit website. There we go. There are no stage changes. Ooh, you're right. Let me stage all these changes and then commit them. There we go. Now let's git push origin main, and that will push it up to GitHub. Now, before we had this GitHub repository, and it was pretty much empty. Now it's not completely empty because I did come in here to the settings, and I did set some secrets here that we'll use in our build. ACR password, ACR URL, ACR username, AKS URL, and kubeconfig that we might have seen in the Kubernetes YAML file. Now that we've got our content into place, let's start crafting our DevOps pipeline. Now we can start out with one of the templates, and GitHub Actions will suggest some. There's quite a few, but in this case, let's set up a workflow ourselves. We'll have a blank one. Now we'll say Docker Kubernetes .yaml, and now we've got our content ready to go. Now we want to do a Docker build and push Kubernetes apply. Kubernetes apply. That's what we'll do today. And so let's do this on a push to the main branch. And we'll come back to pull requests if we have time. We do like workflow dispatch because that gives us a manual build button. Now let's set up the steps. Now, this runs on Ubuntu latest. That's perfect. It will start by checking out our code, and then we can run the scripts that we need to. Now, we want to run this. We'll do a docker build and push kubectl apply. Now, instead of these tests, let's do a docker build. We'll tag this level up DevOps and build in the current directory. Now, we do want to tag this with our registry, and so we'll go look at the secrets that we have. We've already set our secrets. How do we use them? We can use them with this construct right here, where we have the 2 curly braces. So let's do that. $curly secrets.acr URL, and now we have our container registry in our URL. Let's also include the github.sha so that we have our git hash versioned. Now, this definitely is not Semver, but it allows us to get directly from the version of the code that we built, or the version of our container running in Kubernetes, back exactly to the code that we built. Okay, so now we want to docker push this. Let's grab this container and put it there. And now we need to be able to log into Docker to be able to do so. Let's head out to the marketplace and we'll say Docker login. Here's action. We could definitely take a look at the full marketplace listing, including the code, but let's just grab the YAML. Now, I do need to indent it correctly. There we go. And now let's specify our registry. Now we have a secret for that, secrets.acr URL, and we will also go grab our username. We have a secret for that, ACR username. What is our password? We have a secret for that. This ensures that we don't get our content into our source control. Password and log out. This is not logging out at the end of this step in the build, but rather at the end of the build. That's great if we have a build that needs to, if we're running on a shared host. Okay, next, let's do a kubectl apply-f k8s.yaml. And for this, we will also need to log into Kubernetes. So let's look for a Kubernetes set context. Here's a good one right here. We will copy that into place and now indent it a little bit better. There we go. Now we want to use a kubeconfig. So let's do that. What is our kubeconfig? It is a secret that we created, secrets.kubeconfig, and then we can remove the rest of these. Now, we do need to switch up some of the secrets that we have. We have, for example, this ACR URL and image label. So let's go grab a sed command that will allow us to replace that. Here is the sed command, and I'll just copy it to speed through that part. It will just go replace in the Kubernetes YAML file the image label with GitHub SHA, the AKS URL with the secret, the ACR URL with the secret, and now we've got our build ready to go. Let's commit this, add build file, and as we create this commit, now it just becomes one of the files within our repository. We can come in here and we can say git pull, and it's just one of the files here. If we wanted to further edit this file inside of VS Code, we definitely could just by editing the file right here. Now, because there's a file in this particular directory, then we also get a GitHub Actions build. Here's the build running right now, and it's going to do each of the steps that we set out to do. So it will do a Docker build. It will do a, oh, it looks like we're waiting for a host. Ah, this is going to kill the speed. Okay, but it'll do the normal things of Docker build, run through each of the steps in the Docker file, and ultimately push that container to our container registry and start that content in Kubernetes. While that's waiting for a host, let's come back to a pull request. Now, I'm going to create a new build. Let's copy this one. Copy. And we will paste it right here. Now in this build, we just want to build a PR. So build PR. As part of our PR build, we don't want to push it to Kubernetes. Let's remove that line. So we don't need to change the secrets. We don't want to push our container to the registry either. And so that means that we don't need to log into Kubernetes. And we also don't need to log into our container registry. We also only want to build this. Now I'm even going to go a step farther and remove this secret here and just say build PR. Docker build a PR. Now, the cool part about this is that it will still run all of our steps inside of our Docker file. Let's adjust the branches. We want this to run on not main. And we also want to run on pull request, branches. We want to run on all branches. Now, if we have outside contributors, that will work here. If we have people creating branches within our repository, that will work here. So there's our pull request build. Let's also create a README file. New file, readme.md. And let's put some content here in our README. Now, wouldn't it be cool if we could also have a status badge here? Let's come back into GitHub Actions and come back to, oh, looks like our build went green. That's excellent. We'll come back into GitHub Actions and we will grab our build and let's create status badge, copy that status badge, set that here inside our README, and let's commit this content as well. Add PR build and README and commit. Up stage, commit. We will push this content up to GitHub as well and be committed content into the main branch. Then that will kick off a new build as well. Now, we saw the previous build, how we went in through this dot. Let's go in the other way this time. We'll click on Actions, and we can see our two builds, and we can see the active builds, of which here's this one that has already started running. Perfect. So let's take a look at that build. Now, it's going to do all of the standard stuff. So it logs into Docker, our container registry. It logs into our Kubernetes cluster. Then it will start into the steps inside of our Docker file. The first step is to pull the base image. Then it will restore our NuGet packages. Then it looks like we've restored our NuGet packages there. It will do a .NET build. Let's see, is our build going to succeed? I'm not sure. Yep, our build succeeded. Now let's run all of our tests. In this case, there are no tests, so it looks like that succeeded as well. We'll publish this content into the new image, and we'll start to push that image up to our container registry. Flipping over then back to our build file, we'll do the push that content up to our container registry. We will set the, we'll change the content inside of our Kubernetes YAML file, and we'll ultimately deploy that into Kubernetes. Ooh, our build is green. And we have this cool status badge now here in our README file. Now it does take a few minutes for this for DNS to propagate. So instead, let's use Kubernetes port forwarding to be able to view our website. Now we could port forward into a deployment, into a pod, but let's port forward into a service. So I'm going to say kubectl get all, where we now have our new content running up in Kubernetes. And let's kubectl port forward to the service level up DevOps, and I'll forward port 80 on my local machine to port 80 inside the container. But in case I have something running on my local machine on port 80, I'll forward port 8080 from my local machine. Now that I've got port forwarded, let's come back over here to localhost 8080, and we see our container running inside of Kubernetes. We started from nothing. We built up a DevOps pipeline and deployed a container into our Kubernetes cluster. You can grab the code that we just built live from this GitHub repository. And if it's easier, come to robrich.org/presentations, and you can get straight to the code from there. If we have time, I can definitely take questions live. Or if you find questions tomorrow or next week, hit me up on Twitter at Rob_Rich, and let's continue the conversation. Thanks for letting me join you here in Nigeria today. One of the questions I often get here is, does this work in my cloud? What's really cool about the build that we did is we didn't do anything that wasn't Docker and Kubernetes specific. So in this case, we deployed to Azure, but we could equally deploy to Google Cloud or AWS or an on-prem cluster or even OpenShift. This is just straight container content. Yes, pushing to app service would be very straightforward as well. In this case, we're deploying to Azure Kubernetes service, but we could just as easily deploy to Azure App Service as well.
Online platform or physically here. If you have questions for him online, please just go ahead and post your questions, all right? We see Henry Folami Abdul on the live session. We see Engineer Oni, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We see Newmi, welcome. Thank you for joining us, and a lot more. Lekon Ojulo, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, are we ready for our game? Please do not forget, we are here to learn, we are here to share ideas. So if there's anything new you've learned from the session, please, at the end of the cumulative session, please come out to share so we can rehear and we can at least note them down. The game session, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have the game set up on Kahoot. So I would want us to you can display the. So you can just go to kahoot.it on your phone, kahoot.it. So as I said earlier, we have a lot of prizes from our sponsors and also from the community. Kahoot.it, KAHOOT.it. KAHOOT.it. Are we there? So seems you're having connection issues. Can they see the count on this? Okay, so we are sorry for the delay. Yes, I'm trying to get the thing. Try to get the- So the pin is 398364. 398364. 398364. So use a name that we can recognize you with, because there are going to be prizes for the winners of this session. So use names. Okay, so 398364. We have 20 people, 20 gamers, 22, 24, 25, 26. The pin again, 398364. 398364. Okay, can we start? We have 29, we have 30. Can we start? Okay, so I'm starting the game right away. Okay, so we are starting right away. I have 33 persons. So basically, it is a quiz game where I'm going to be reading the questions out. You are also going to see the questions on your screen. So you have 20 seconds to choose the correct answer. So whoever chooses the correct answer in the fastest possible time gets points. Of course, everybody that chooses the correct answer gets points. But whoever does it first gets a higher point. So I'm starting the game now. So it's loading in 3, in 2, in 1. So the first question, what does GDG stand for? You have the options on your screen. What does GDG stand for? Option 1, we have Golden Developers Group. Option 2, we have Google Dynasty Group. Option 3, we have Google Device Group. Option 4, we have Google Developers Group. 1 second. Done. Okay. So the correct answer is option D, Google Developers Group. And 29 people got that. So let's see. So this is the leaderboard, the scoreboard. Okay, so we'll move to so you can see that PID1. I don't know what kind of name that is, but PID1 is leading. So let's move to the second question. Firewall in a computer is used for what? We have A, security. B, we have monitoring. C, we have analysis. D, we have data transmission. What is firewall in a computer used for? 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Correct. We move to the next question. Okay. So Becca is currently topping the scoreboard. We move to the next question. What does the acronym FOSS stand for? Option A, free and open source software. Option B, follow on support service. Option C, fiber optic scientific system. Option D, full option sensor system. Okay, 28 people got that. Okay. So to the next question. Which of the following is not an operating system? Option A, we have DOS, DOS. Option B, we have Mac. Option C, we have Windows. Option D, we have Admo. Okay. So on to the next question. Okay. Which of the following is not a database management system? Option A, we have StuntDB. Option B, we have Oracle. Option C, we have Sybase. Option 4, we have MySQL. Okay. To the next question. One terabyte is equal to option A, 1028 gigabytes. Option B, 1012 gigabytes. Option C, 1000 gigabytes. Option D, 1024 gigabytes. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay. Okay. The next question. Errors in computer programs are called option A, follies. Option B, bugs. Option C, mistake. Option 4, spam. Okay, 3 people missed that. Okay. Question 8. IoT refers to what? Internet of Things, Intranet of Teleservices, International Organization of Teleservices, Internet Organization of Telecommunication. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. On to the next question. Below are examples of cloud computing models. Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, Stack Overflow as a service, software as a service. One of these options is wrong. Done. On to the next question. So the last question actually, below are examples of programming languages except A, Python, C, C Sharp. Sorry, A, Python, B, C Sharp, C, Ruby, and D, Benz. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so everybody actually got that question. So we have the third position, Log Boy. The second position, To Simpson. Then the first position, Pid1. A round of applause for Pid1. So is Pid1 here or online? Okay, so you can come forward. Do we still have? Okay, so there's going to be time for the prize give. Okay, we can still do that. So there's going to be time for the prize giving. So for the first position we have Pid1, the second position we have To Simpson, then the third position we have Logboy. So these 3 persons have successfully won a. Okay, so for the first position, okay, so I have just been told that we actually have time. So for the first position, the first position gets 1 shirt, 1 coupon from Delivery Now service to order any food of your choice, 1 free Flutter course, 1 ebook. Then the second position gets 1 coupon from DNS, 1 free Flutter course. Then the third position gets 1 coupon from DNS. Thank you very much. So we have a second game which is less technical than this. So watch out for the second game. Thank you very much. I am Goodness Olawore once again.
A round of applause, please. That was brilliant. All right. Congratulations to Logboy, To Simpson, and Pid1. Hope I pronounced that well. How many of us made it to number 20? We'll check that out. physically. If you're attending online and you participated in the game and you made it from number 1 to number 20, we have a gift for you. Not for everyone, we'll just pick at random. Okay, we have the next speaker in the house. He's going to... All right, excuse me. All right, just quickly announce that.
Okay, so for the other 2 winners, are they physical? Are they here or online? The other 2 winners, what's the name? Logboy. So 3 of you are here. Okay, that's amazing. So thank you.
Online participants, you guys. Okay, you try it though. Okay, do we have Mr. Ayobami in the house? Do we have Mr. Ayobami in the house? All right. Mr. Ayobami is going to be speaking on leveraging on relationship to build your startup. He is lead in Ado-Ekiti Facebook Developer Circuit community for Facebook and co-founded Delivery Now and a program manager for the Sprout Hub. Okay, he's also a creator and he creates effects using Facebook, augmented reality platform Spark AR. Okay, can we have him here, please? Welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here today.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me from the back? All right. All right. Online viewers. All right. I'm so excited to be here. First, I would like to congratulate you guys for being here, and I would like everybody to appreciate themselves for being available. Please appreciate yourself. Please appreciate yourself. You're worth more than this. Please appreciate yourself. It's very, very important that we have this kind of gathering once in a year. I wish we can have it like 5 times, but I don't know. I can't decide that. So my profile, I think you guys are already aware of what I do. So I want to be fast with my section so that I can entertain questions and I can also ask questions from you guys. So how many of you have a startup here? Do you have a startup? Don't be shy. You have a startup. Don't worry, I won't call you out. Who has a startup here? Thank you. Who else? Is Omes here? Come on, rep your startup. He has a startup. Please appreciate him. He has a startup. Yeah, this guy looking at me. All right, if you have a startup, please don't be shy because my section is on it's around startups. I want to quickly appreciate the speakers that have spoken and thank you guys. I was following. I have some questions, but maybe after the program, I'll direct the questions to. All right, thank you. So this is my slide. I'm speaking on leveraging on relationships to build and grow your startup. One of the things I realized about startup from the little experience I have, one of the problems we have is we stay in our, how will I put it, in our separate, let me call it separate zone. We tend to like approach startup as though it's a lone thing. Like this is my idea is alone, and for me alone. And this has gotten so many startups into so many problems. Because one of the things that has helped me as a founder is leveraging on relationships. And those relationships have really, really contributed to the growth of my startup till this present moment. All right. So next slide, please. Let me start. I would like to explain some. Next slide. Now, this picture, I chose this picture out of so many other pictures that I have to explain some what went on during this this time out. So this is last year's DevFest. On this stage, while I was preparing my slide, there was a call from one of my friends that was in that gathering, happens to be a developer. And this guy gave me a grant. I was on the stage. He just saw me on the stage. Now, when we were taking picture, Like that was like after the whole thing. You know our usual thing. We take pictures and selfies and all that. In this picture, there are about 5 people. I wish it's clearer than this. There are about 5 people here who has contributed to my startup. And there's no way I can repay this guy with any amount of money that I have in my pocket right now. Like information they gave me and the leverages they gave me is just beyond what money can buy. That is true. Not to mention the remaining pictures that are here. In this picture, there was an information I got from this guy. He leads the Facebook Developer Circle in Nairobi. This is Nairobi, Kenya. And this guy gave me access to one of the incubation programs where I learned a lot of things, a great deal of a lot of things that I'm really grateful for. And I can't buy that with money also. Not to mention meeting with the program manager for Facebook developer programs, the entire Africa. Like these are relationships that really helped me to grow my startup. All right. So I hope you guys are getting the picture. Am I too fast? Are we in sync with what I'm saying? All right. Next picture. Next slide, please. So I have 15 minutes, so I have to rush. Next slide. All right. It is not about ideas. It's about making ideas happen. If you have an idea in this room, and right now it's still an idea, and you've not put it into reality, let me say, you're depriving a lot of people from having jobs. And much more than that, you're depriving the country, yes, the state, you're depriving us from moving on to the next problem we're supposed to focus on. Because we have so many big ideas right now and they remain an idea. Probably because, number one reason, you don't want anybody stealing your idea and you're yet to figure out what you will do with that idea. Trust me, no matter the amount of ideas you have with you, thousands and thousands of people have thought about it. The only thing is yet to be seen in your environment. Because if you go to another place, you will get to realize that much more that you're thinking, someone has done it. Have you ever found yourself in that situation? Yes. So, next slide, please. That leads me to the next point. You have to relate with the developer community to bring your ideas into reality. That is the essence of Google Developer Group. That's the essence of Facebook Developer Circles and every other developer communities that we have. If you have an idea, you should drop it in these groups and ask people questions. There are relationships that you cannot tell by just sitting in your room until you voice out and say, oh, I have this idea. And I need you guys to help me with the technicality around the business model to adopt and so many questions like that. And you'll be amazed that there's so many people who can help you fix that problem within short period of time. But the fear of you saying, oh, I don't want to drop this idea on the group so that nobody steals it. Many people don't bring out that idea. So you're killing that idea because you don't want to leverage on relationships. And there are so many people here who have ideas where you don't know how to build the software, you don't know how to write the code. All right? You are the owner of the idea. The fact that somebody is helping you to write that code does not mean that person is stealing the idea from you. You own the idea. You saw the vision. I don't know how far you want to go with that vision. You alone knows that vision. You know what you're trying to solve. I can only be of, say, you're just like a fast train. I can only jump in. I can't be the driver. Because I don't know where you're coming from and I don't know where you're going. I can only join you if I'm going to the same destination you're going. Do we get the picture? Please Because most of us who decide to begin a startup is either because you felt you were maltreated from a job, you weren't treated right, or maybe you were underpaid. Something went on with the relationship you have with the former boss. Now, you don't want to replicate the same thing you experienced from somewhere in your company. It's not good because there are people in your team where they can help you grow your business. At the same time, they can damage your business. Your staff, there is the level of professionalism you can have in terms of relationship. This is the time you come to work. This is the time where you go. There has to be a clear understanding of when and what they need to do. And much more than that, you need to also have this CEO kind of good trait of trying to know what is going on with them. If someone is working at some rate, let's say you have a developer who, when you give the person a deadline, I need this thing on my website at this period of time, the person will meet up at the time given to the person. If later on you begin to realize that this person is not meeting up to the task, the first thing is not for you to start thinking of firing that person, because there might be some personal issues the person is going through. You don't know. But if you're the CEO that is work, and you don't even care about some personal things that is going on with your staff, you have a relationship problem. Or let's say there is a kind of conflict that arises from your members and you didn't get to know much of the information and you jump into conclusion, there's going to be a problem with that. Now, your co-founder also, there has to be a level of understanding where both of you can disagree to agree on matters. Oh, I want us to get this loan. And the other person said, no, I don't want us to get this loan. Oh, I want us to get this money. No, I don't want us to get this money. I want us to spend this money. No, I don't want you to spend this money. There has to be a point where both of you can agree on matters, even though you are not on the same page. Because once you have problem with your co-founder, trust me, your business is going down. Because you need to understand this from the perspective of this person is not disagreeing with me because he wants to kill the business. This person is disagreeing with me because we both have two different points of views. That is why it's called co-founder. Because if you're the only person, you're just the same version of you that is in the business, then you don't even need a team. Maybe it's only you that needs to be in that company. All right? So you need to maintain a very good relationship with your co-founder and your team. The next slide. Okay, what do you need to start a business? 3 simple things: know your product better than anyone, know your customer, and have a burning desire to succeed. And this is where I need to emphasize on the need for you to remain focused, because I love the theme of this year's DevFest. If I stand to be corrected, I think it's focus, right? Focus. Like when you're so much focused on the problem you're trying to solve, that is one of the foundations of you sustaining a business. Because one of the things that has helped me in my business is there are times where I needed money, but at the same time, the problem I'm trying to solve keeps me going. Because the motivation is not money. Yes, we need money. We're not doing business for charity, of course. We are doing the business because we want to solve a problem. But if the focus is money, trust me, the what you're trying to achieve, you're not going to achieve it because you lose focus. How many of you here have a business? Okay, there's just people that have a startup. How many of you have similar story like mine, like every other co-founders? You left a job, a well-paid job, to focus on your business. I have something for such person. I don't know, after my section. Is there anybody like that? You left a business, like you were working somewhere, and you have a startup. You had to leave that business to focus on your startup. Is there anybody like that? Nobody. So I'm the only one that has the courage. All right, so my point is, there is a time where you need to make that kind of decision, especially when you're lagging behind in your level of productivity in your business. Because at the end of the day, the fulfillment for you is not where I'm working and how much I'm making. The fulfillment is going to be how much of development you've done to your business. I know people argue that, oh, you have to do some businesses before so that you can have some level of amount of money and put it into your business. How do you divide your time? I don't understand. If there's anybody that has experience with that, you can share with me later. But how do you work for a company and at the same time you are growing a startup? I don't know how you divide your time and attention. You lose focus, and eventually you have to bow down to money. The next slide. Yes. So relationship with other businesses, I think this is very, very important. There was this saying it just came from some dealings I had, and I said it's good for a business to leverage on, for you to stand on the shoulder of a giant. If you know there's a business that is doing well, and you know that they also have the same interest with what you're doing, I think it's best for you to partner and collaborate with each other. I mean, if you're doing something around fintech, I don't think there's anything bad in you partnering with a bank. If you're doing something around health, I don't see any reason why you cannot extend your services to an hospital or any organization that does anything around tech, NGOs and all that. And that relationship does not necessarily have to be money. Could be that this business has so many mentions online that when they mention your own business, many people will get to know. And you too, you also need to look within your own organization and say, these people are doing this kind of thing for me. What do I have to give back? Because in business world, it's about give and take. What do you have? I have this. It's not, nothing goes for free in the business world. All right. So don't make that mistake. So if you want to have a very good system of pushing yourself out, I think you should leverage on businesses and brands and partner with them. All right. So next slide. You need to stay self-funded as long as possible. Please don't take loan. It's a very big temptation. I know. I know there are so many loans that will just tell you no collateral, just come, we'll just. I've almost fell for that. I've applied and thank God they didn't give me. Maybe because my application somewhere, there's always a mistake there. And they don't get to give me. I thank God for that. So please, if you're here, you've taken loan. Accept our support. We're praying for you. You'll be able to return the money. And we also want you to know that you're not alone. You're not alone. All right. So please try as much as possible. If you've not taken it, if you're planning, maybe you're about to submit the application. You might even have it on your phone. Let me help you delete it. Okay. So please don't take loan. It is very, very it will put pressure on you because you need to pay back. All right. The money is not yours. So if you're, especially when you're at the early stage of your business, try as much as possible not to take loan because you're still trying to grow your business. You don't even know what the market is saying. You don't even know the problems and the challenges you might face. There's something called, is it business hazard now? You don't even know all those things that are still going to happen along the way. So taking loan is going to put a lot of pressure on you. Then I was also talking to someone outside and I made mention of there are some monies that you can't take no matter how good they are. There are some investors that they don't share the same passion with you. They just want their money doubled. That is a bad investor. Can you please repeat bad investor? They are bad investors. They just want you to, oh, you're doing well. I like the idea you're doing. I like what you're doing. So you have this record and all that. Don't worry, I'll give you 10 million naira. I'll give you 5 million naira. You just take it. Don't worry. Come back the next year and just give me like 10% of the 5 million naira, and I'll keep on taking 10% annually from you and all that. Trust me, that 10% is going to be give me back my money very soon. And you must provide that money because it's going to kill your business. It put a lot of pressure on you. Don't take loan and try as much as possible to know when to say no to some money and yes to some money. Is this person sharing the same vision with the company? Because that is the question you should ask yourself. So these are the things you need to put into consideration. The next slide, I think that's the last slide. The next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, that's not, I've edited it, but thank you. Thank you so much. That's the end of my section, and enjoy the rest of the program. Yeah.
Do anyone have any question for him in the house or online? No questions. Or are we shy? You can write them down. All right. Can you just come up, please? Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. Let's cheer him up. Okay, your name and okay, the question.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I still remain Noniola. Um, my question, okay, as a startup, what is the basic truth about the challenges you face in this sense? Okay, for a person, I have my own company whereby one of the challenges I feel I face much is having people to give you that, should I call it regard or respect for the value. Let me say, you watch this value, and each time you give out your charges, they tend to in Qatar she leg betiti at a very minimal amount. So how do you tackle those kind of challenges? Thank you.
Please appreciate him. So if I can paraphrase the question is, when you decide how much you're charging your customers and they tend to complain and say, oh, this fee is too high, how do you communicate to them for them to understand, right? If I'm correct, Noni? Yes, okay. So the first thing is, don't compromise on your standard. Your business is not for everybody. I don't know how good your business is. Your business is not for everybody. You have your own customer. And most of your customers don't have problem paying any amount of money for that service because they need that service. All right. So if everybody is complaining, it's different from if some set of people are complaining and say, oh, your charges are too much. You need to look at your data. If everybody is complaining, then it might be a problem from you. Might be because your charges is too high, and sometimes it has to, or it also depends on the location. Because there's some things you can charge in Ekiti, you cannot charge you can charge in Lagos, you cannot charge here in Ekiti. So if the problem is not within your company, then definitely is a problem with the customer. That service is not for you. And we're sorry, we can't compromise on our standard. That is just a straightforward answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a brilliant performance. Okay, I think we have no. Okay, we have two more questions. Please let's just take one more question because we have our online speaker available. Just give us a few more minutes. That mother will be right with you. All right, please come up. Come forward.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for that brilliant session. Um, my name is Victor Akimede. I'm the founder of Vino Technologies. So my question goes thus: that if, like, you said something the other time, that relationship is quite very important in everything you're gonna do. So, and I believe there are some factors that must guide the kind of team you're gonna form. So then, what are the factors you think you should consider while forming a team? I mean, while building a team for your company, because you might consider some factors, and in the long run, you get to know that you find this person has this zeal in this aspect, and perhaps in the long run, it doesn't work well for me too. So then, like, what are those things you think a startup founder or a co-founder or anyone, I mean, a C-level executive must consider before getting somebody onboarded on the team?
Thank you. Please let's appreciate him. Quickly, the first thing I think you need to realize, I've said that earlier, is this person ready to change the world with me? And what I mean by that phrase is he sharing the same vision with me? Because you're not just bringing the person on because of the skill. All right. And secondly, the issue of money. I think those are the two things you need to ask. Those are the things you need to watch out for. How much do you want to be paid in the long run? I can't pay you this amount of money yet, but how much will you like to be paid? Is there any pro agreement into this is how we're going to pay you? If those things are clarified and are finalized, and you have it as written agreement signed by a lawyer, that is binding, because you can sue anybody and fire anybody once you have that. It's binding. All right. In fact, the person will not be able to misbehave because you have an agreement. But if it's to be on the level of he's my friend, you're missing it already. You're getting it all wrong. If it's on the level of you don't even have a lawyer that is seen at the affairs of your employment, that is going to be a problem. Talk about the passion and talk about the money. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, we're sorry to cut you. Thank you so much for your time. I think Mr. Damola is still around. So you're still around. He's still very much around. And your questions will be answered by him either privately or at the end of the combined session. Okay, we have Damoda Lohani in the building. Is live already? Okay, he's a very simple person and he loves to solve problems, bugs, and issues. He's passionate about open source and community. Apart from coding, he loves to make videos to share what he has learned as a developer as sorry please apologies on that. Okay, apart from coding, he loves to make videos to share on what he has learned in his developer journey. With a round of applause, and if you're online, please just give a cheer to him. Please welcome Damoda Lohani.
Thank you. And thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. And I'm glad to be here. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers. I hope I'm audible. If not, please let me know. And please, can you bring my presentation on the screen? Just give me a second. My presentation is not up. Anyways, today I'm talking about Appwrite for Flutter developers, how you can leverage Appwrite, what it provides, and how it benefits Flutter developers. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So Appwrite for Flutter developers. Before that, namaste. I'm Damodar Loni once again. I'm a software engineer at Appwrite, and I'm also Flutter and Dart GD from Kathmandu, Nepal. I'm very glad to be here participating in this event. So I'd like to thank all the organizers. I would also like to thank all the participants, all the everyone present there, as well as everyone watching online for being here, listening to me. So let's start with today's content. First of all, I'd like to talk about Appwrite, what Appwrite is and what it provides, so that you'll know what benefits it will provide you using it with your mobile applications or Flutter applications. All right. So what is Appwrite? As I said, Appwrite is an open source, it's secured backend as a service for mobile, web, and Flutter developers. So Appwrite is open source software that abstracts the complexity behind developing complex applications and gives developers an easy to access functionalities so that the developer's life become easier building the application. And at Appwrite, we want to make developers' life easier as well as fun. So there are some basic problems that all the developers face during their software development journey. So if you look at the things that we do whenever we are building different applications, there are a few things that are common. And building modern software is really, really difficult because we have to take care of many things. Like we have to know quite a few things like backend, front end, software development, security, so many things, right? As well as most of the tasks in many projects are repetitive across them, right? We are developing backend, we are writing APIs, we are making them secure, we have authentication, we have storage, we have database, so many things. They are common between different projects. And then security is complex task. Security is important because our applications, if not secure, can be misused and we will have a lot of troubles, right? So security is quite important, but it is very complex and it takes years of experience to fully understand. So that is why we want to make it like a bit simpler. So what Appwrite does, what's the goal of Appwrite is to make the software development a little bit, or we can say a lot less painful by abstracting away many of the complex tasks so that developers can focus more on their application instead on like various trivial things that are repetitive across the projects. All right. Let's see. So Appwrite Appwrite is in itself is a cloud reimagined for developers. Okay, and it provides lots of backend tools that are required to build great applications on any platform, web, mobile, or Flutter as a cross-platform tool. Okay, and Appwrite provides authentication and user management. The user management provided by Appwrite is very advanced, that is suitable for any kind of user management scenario. Then next, Appwrite has a database with both REST API as well as real-time API. We'll look at those APIs in a bit. And apart from database, Appwrite has storage, cloud functions that allows running your external code from inside Appwrite for additional services. Then webhooks, built-in security, some geolocation and localization facility, image manipulation like cropping the image, adding borders, adding border radius, those kind of things, and then real-time API to work with this service as well. And sorry, if we look at the whole architecture, overall architecture of Appwrite, so we can see in the middle, we have authentication service, account service, database service, users, storage, teams, local, avatars, webhooks, all these service. Okay. And then behind the scene, we have persistent storage, SMTP server, antivirus, SSL generator, job queues, time series database, all those things that make these services work properly. And then in between, we have an API gateway that we can access through REST API, GraphQL, which is still under works, and then real-time or WebSocket. So we can access all these service either using REST API, or we can even use real-time application or real-time WebSocket in order to get or in order to access these services. Okay. And on top of these APIs, we have Appwrite console that leverages this API and allows easier access to Appwrite service itself, so that you can manage your services, and then you can connect with any of the web, mobile, or native platforms, or even backend platforms of yours through these APIs to the Appwrite service, and you can just focus on building your application instead of like writing these services. Okay. And on top of this, we have some things like docs generator, SDK generator that makes our documentation awesome, that helps us create SDKs for almost any language. We have like 8 to 10 different SDKs for different languages officially supported, and more on its way. Next, why developers love Appwrite? Why Appwrite is awesome for developers is that first is it is open source. Okay, that means it's transparent, it's free to use and test out. Nothing, you don't waste anything if you just want to test and see if it fits your need. And then everything we do is open. Everything Appwrite is built in open, taking your feedback based on your feedback. So we are building it openly. And then it's a truly cross-platform framework that it works on Linux, Mac, Windows, and it works on client side, server side. You can access it from any application directly. And then data and privacy console. So being open source, you can self-host it. So you control your data, you control who access your data, who access your server. So everything is under your control. And then language and framework agnostic. Working with Appwrite, you can work with any language or any framework that you are comfortable with, including Flutter and any other native or cross-platform or web or backend services or languages or frameworks that you love to work with, that you want to work with. We do not assume anything. Next, Appwrite also provides great developer experience. Developer experience is number one priority at Appwrite. We focus a lot on developer experience. It is designed for scale from ground up. It is built from ground up using Docker services, microservice architecture. It is secure out of the box. It is modular, plug and play architecture, so you can disable, enable most of the services of Appwrite that you want to. If you don't use all of them, you can disable them. And it even has a very small footprint with ARM support. You can run it with Raspberry Pi itself. Okay, so this is all about Appwrite. Next, let's see how you can install Appwrite. Okay, installing Appwrite is quite simple. So if you are in a platform and you have Docker installed, you can simply run a single Docker command that you can get from Appwrite.io. Based on your platform, either Unix or Windows, you can run this Docker command, and then your Appwrite instance will be installed and ready to use. So that's awesome. It only takes almost around 2 minutes. Okay. Next. Now, the fun part, once you install Appwrite, it is very easy to work with Appwrite, connecting your applications, connecting your Flutter applications to Appwrite. So here we are only talking about Flutter application, but it is similar and as easy to connect with any other platforms, frameworks, or applications. First, we need a package, and Appwrite's official package is Appwrite, which you can find in pub.dev. And we have already gained lots of likes and feedbacks, so we are very happy about that. Next, adding dependency in your pubspec.yaml file, you just need to add Appwrite and the version that you get from pub.dev. So I think right now it's running on 2.2.0.4 or something, so you can install the latest version. Next, what you need is, once you install the Appwrite server, you can log in, and in the console, when you create a new project, there you'll find a button called Add Platform in the project console home. And there you need to add a new Flutter app, and you need to add platform for each of the cross platforms that you want to run on. So if you want to run on iOS, Android, you need to add both of them separately, as well as if you want to run on Linux, macOS, Windows, you need to add those as a platform as well, so that your requests are validated. Okay, once you add or install the dependency and initialize the SDK, then you need to add the platform, then you need to initialize the SDK, and initializing SDK, you need to create an instance of client, and then you need to call set endpoint. This endpoint will be the domain name or the IP address that you have assigned to your Appwrite server /v1, or you can even find this endpoint as well as project ID from your Appwrite console homepage. Okay. So set project, and then you need to set the project ID, right? You have the endpoint, you set it, you set the project ID of the project that you created from Appwrite console, which you get once you install Appwrite. And then this set self-sign is only used when you are using development server where there is no valid SSL certificate, because Appwrite generates valid SSL certificate if you have assigned a proper domain, publicly accessible domain, to your Appwrite server. Otherwise, you need to set self-sign. Okay. Once you initialize the client SDK, then you can initialize service and make a call to use any of the services provided by Appwrite. First, let's see how you can create a new account for the user, that is, sign up user. In order to do that, you can instantiate account service, and you need to pass in the instance of client that you initialized for account service in order for it to work. And then you can simply call account.create and pass in email, password, and name of the user in order to create a new user. Okay. That way you can authenticate your user using the account service. Next, let's say you want to upload a file in the storage. You can simply create an instance of a storage service, and we have spent a lot of time in order to make these services similar. Like, we need to create account service with client, and similar to that, we need to create a storage service with an instance of client. So all of these services are similar, so that once you learn how to use one of the services, it is very easy to use other service. As well as if you use one of the SDKs of Appwrite, all other SDKs feel pretty similar. Okay. So once you create an instance of storage, you can simply call storage.create file and pass in the file, which is an instance of multipart file, and then you can simply await for the request to complete, and your file will be uploaded in the storage, and you'll get back the newly created files detail. Next, let's say you have a database, you set up proper collection rules, then you want to create a new document or add new data in your database. You can simply create instantiate database with client and then call database.create document. Okay, pass in the collection ID which you get from again from your Appwrite console, and then you can pass in the data, all these things. Okay, and similar to that, we have a real-time service where you can subscribe to events like documents, files, or many other events which you can find in our documentation. The link I'll provide in the slide later. And then once you subscribe, you can listen to the stream in the subscription, so that whenever any event related to the events that you have subscribed happens in the Appwrite console, you get back real-time notification or real-time event notification here, and you can manipulate that real-time data and display it in your application as you prefer. Similarly, we have some cool service like you can create and display a QR code for any text. You can just initialize the avatars service and then call avatars.getQR and pass in the text, and you should get back the image data for that avatar. Okay. Finally, I'm very thankful that I got to present this, and I can't wait to see what you'll create with Appwrite and Flutter. And here are some resources. I'll share the links for this slide in the chat in YouTube as well. So you can find the links to these resources. And these are Appwrite's official documentation, my YouTube channel where you can learn about Appwrite, my GitHub, and official Appwrite GitHub. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening to me. And if you have any questions, I guess I still have 30 seconds, but I can be in the YouTube chat if you like. So thank you, everyone. Okay, do we have any further questions?
Amable location should just be something that, okay, I'm here at this event. So thing is happening at this event or this location. I'm at this location. It should not have any kind of boundary whereby you are being limited by wherever you are, and just free for everybody. Thank you.
You're talking about free, no data involved or something. What makes it different from Twitter or Instagram?
Now, one thing about Twitter is, aside from the fact that we are being bounded by our government rule and all of that, Amable location doesn't have to. You being in a location can just on your radar put up. I would say Snapchat has that embedded in it, but it's still using a Snapchat on your phone has this huge amount of space it consumes. But Amable location should be so minimal and data less consumed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Who else agrees with him, or who else feel you can add to his idea and make it a bomb? Okay, one more, please. One more before we have Mr. Ado-Ekiti. One more, please come forward. Thank you. Very quickly. You have 30 seconds. Your time start now. 30, 29. Okay, your name and...
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Victor Akinode. So I'm thinking there should be an application, an EdTech application where you can actually learn in your indigenous language. So, there should be thorough transcription. Maybe if you're a Yoruba guy, so then you should be able to, they should be able to transcribe whatever they are saying to you in your indigenous language. So that at least people who don't want to go to school will be able to learn informally at their own convenience space.
That's a brilliant idea. And if you can support him, please just see him after the program. Okay, we have Davis Oluwabusayo here. Okay, are you ready for us? I am going to give you only 5 minutes because I know you teach or you coach or you lecture in practical. So you have just 5 minutes, and because of our time. Trying to get your bio here. If it's not here, you have to introduce yourself. All right. Please, a round of applause for Oluwabusayo Davis.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is David Oluwabusayo. I am opportune to be the current lead for Google Developers Groups Ado-Ekiti. What's my session, sir? Okay. The focus. Actually, I'm not here with slide today. I'm here by myself and not a write-up. I have 5 minutes, right? Let me use it judiciously. So I would like to pay a little attention. Yeah, so when they say you need to have a focus, the name itself, focus, is a very broad name. That if we start to be talking about it from now on, even 1 hour might not be enough for us. But yeah, like many of you knows me that I do many things. I know how to do many things. But at the same time, there are a lot of all those things that there were no result for. Why? Because let me call it a loss of focus most times. Yeah. And when you are not focused enough in anything you are doing, either be it business, be your education, be whatever it is, if you are not keeping your focus straight in whatever you're doing, my brother and sister, there is a limit to how far you can go. There's a limit to how far you can go. So personally, there are a lot of things I do, like sometimes due to lack of focus, sometimes like being unable to deliver some clients' job most times, paying attention to what is not necessary. But despite all those things, was I able to overcome them? Yes. And how did I able to do that? What I do is, if you want to set a focus for yourself in anything you're doing, firstly, you have to have a daily to-do list. A daily to-do list. You understand? Like, as a young people, we all know most times when we are on our phone, pressing phone, chatting, gisting, we are being carried away with many things that are not relevant. For example, maybe you drop your phone and you are doing something else, and suddenly the phone ring. When the call comes in, one, is the call really, the person calling you, is it really important like at that moment? You understand? Because there are some things that are important but not urgent. Where there are some that are urgent and not important. You understand? So how are we able to manage all these situations? How are we able to manage all these situations? So what I do that actually later help me from all those things is every day I have my task list or a to-do list. And any day that I'm unable to reach a minimum of 85% from my daily task, then sleeping becomes a sin. At least I must be able to achieve like 85% of my task for that day. Then the following day, I can definitely start with the remaining 15 before I jump into the next day task. With that, I was able to overcome some aspects of things. Then, two, what did I do that, what other things did I add? I actually manage my time. Yeah, I actually manage my time very well to some extent. I do attend to emergency calls. You can't call me and say I'm so place. If that is not part of my plan for that day, lo and behold, I can't show off. It's not part of me. I don't know how important it can be. Just pick your phone and call. Hello, David. I'm also place. Can we see? No, it's not. I don't do that. Some might see it as a pride, though. No, but to me, that is the kind of standard I set for myself, and it has really helped me personally and in my own business. So, like my time, like I only have all the things that I need to do with my times, So I don't go outside anything I schedule for myself for that day. I don't go out. It's only Sundays that I don't have schedule for myself because I'm from church to somewhere else to do other meetings and stuff like that. But every other day is being scheduled. So then after that, if we look at the people that we see that we are looking up to today as a global people, a lot of them, they have failed and failed and failed in their way of business on their choosing line of career. But what the world record about them is their success alone. You understand? So if you are going to be focused in anything you're doing, you can't just do without failure, because failure is a good master and a good teacher. Because whenever you fail, when you are starting all over again, you are not starting from beginning, you're actually starting from experience. So I might leave you all with this because they are chasing me in a will already. So there's no how you can be successful more than the number of times you fail. That's the reality. You can't be successful more than the number of times you fail, because failure itself is a process to become successful in life. So ladies and gentlemen, keep the focus straight and never lose the focus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Please, I would like to have him here just a little bit more. Okay, you have a question. I also have a question. A question that would benefit everyone online and in person here. Earlier, we were talking about how you manage clients when it comes to time management. Okay, for example, you have 10 clients who gives you a job to develop a particular app or do something. And because you have other things to do, or you don't manage your time well, and you have this goal of perfection for every job you do, but you collected 10 jobs and pick just 4 of them to deliver 100%, then the remaining 6 clients, you disappoint them. I know the referrals from the 4 clients will go a long way, but how does I will call it failure here because of lack of time management, how does it affect the remaining 6 clients which you've disappointed, and who, of course, when your brand comes up, they'll be like, okay, this person, disappointed me. So how do you manage that idea? How do you manage that situation for it not to happen?
All right, thank you so much. At the start, I used to have those experience, but later on, what I do is, if you are giving me a job and I'm getting a job from you, and I look at what I have at hand, I will tell you I can't start this job until so time. And if it's convenient for you, fine. Because you trusted my hand, okay, I want it. Okay, you say, okay, no problem, I will wait. And in the other way around, I have other teams that work together. I have other teams that work together. So when the job comes in like that, before I say, yes, I want to take it up, I reach out to all of my other teams and say, okay, there is so job. Are you available? Will you be available to deliver it within so time, within so time of period, short period of time? And if they say yes, then I can go back to the client and say, okay, you are ready to deliver your job. That's how I was able to handle that. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. So that means you recommend somebody who is credible, a friend or a colleague. Okay, last question, please. Please introduce yourself first.
Okay, my name is Benjamin. I'm a freelancer. The question is, I've known Mr. David to be a certified cinematographer and is a developer, mobile and web. So the question now is choosing between your hobby and your profession. Let's assume you have a job offer that they are ready to pay any amount in cinematography, and you also have another job offer to deliver in development, mobile and web. Which one would you go for?
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. If I have a job offer from cinematography and I have a job offer from development, yeah, fine. It might be easier for me to handle both. How? I can take 3-4 weeks to develop an app. But I can't be shooting every day for 4 weeks. I can't be shooting video every day for 4 weeks. Even if it's a documentary, the maximum is 3 days. Then when I'm done with percentage of the what I want to build from the web or from the app today, then I can create time for the editing. So it's still convenient for me to manage the two because the two are jobs on their own beds. They can still create time for each other. I don't know if I'm clear with that. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. A round of applause for him, please. Are we having fun? Are we having fun? We are hungry. What if I tell you there's free shawarma for everybody here? Would you say you're excited? All right, sorry, we've had Mr. Davis Olorunfemi in the house. He's been online for a while. We apologize for the delay. Is he ready now? Mr. Davis Olorunfemi. Okay, is it online now? Is it available? All right. Sorry, I apologize for that mix up. Okay, just a few minutes and I would get this right. Okay, we have Shanda Dal in the house. Is available right now, right? Okay, he'll be speaking on how to succeed in tech from non-Ivy League school. Okay, he is a CEO of Caston in a 10-time awarded Microsoft's MVP, a Google developer expert and world-renowned technology leader in architecting and implementing solutions. He has not only rescued software development team, but also implemented successful projects under tight deadlines and difficult business constraints. His company has a proven track record of not just saving the clients millions of dollars, but also providing an expedient delivery time. His clients include Thomson Reuters, AT&T, Dell, Bank of America, Thomson Reuters, NBC Universal, American Express, Fandango, LinkedIn, VMware's Capital Group, many other founding 5,000 mid-sized and startup companies. Okay, let me just hold on his biography because it's quite large. Let's just have him introduce himself here, please.
Yes. Still blank? I see my screen live though. Maybe there's a lag. All right, are you able to hear me? Okay, perfect. I'll get started. Thank you so much, everyone. Having organized conferences for more than 15 years, I realize it takes a lot of time and effort. So thanks to all the organizers for organizing the conference, and thanks to all the attendees to be here. I'm here from Austin, Texas. I'm very excited to do the presentation today. So there's a few things about me that a lot of people know, and then there are a few things that people don't know. For example, I lived on about roughly $30 a month for 7 years in India, and I tell you, it was a great life. I really never thought that I had a poor life or something like that. I had great friends. I learned a lot. I enjoyed my time. It was awesome. I had no computer for many years. I started coding when I was 6. I used to go to my school, and twice I would get 30 minutes a week, twice a week. And that's how I learned programming. But I come home and I had nowhere to code. So I actually wrote code on paper, which in hindsight, that was the best thing that ever happened to me because I became a very disciplined coder. And then, of course, when I came to the United States, I lived on $300 a month for 2 years, which also was a great period of my life. I learned a lot. I loved it. I really never thought I was poor. But that's not that easy, just so you know, right? Like $300 a month is very poor in United States, not fun. So a lot of people might think that way. But if you have the right attitude, when I lived on $300 a month, I had a lot of friends doing that, and I think it was a great time. Then, of course, things changed, and eventually, today I'm a celebrated author. I've been, got top awards, have Fortune 500 clients, and today I'm also doing a keynote. So thanks for that. And I don't really see a difference in me then versus now. So that's how I look at life. I think every person's equal, and every person should be treated the right way. Just because at that time I was living on $30 a month or 300 a month doesn't mean I was any less than who I am today. And that's how my philosophy in life too. I was a judge at MIT and Harvard, and I wanted to bring this up because when we talk about being successful from Ivy League, what can we learn from Ivy League? I think my mantra towards life is very simple. If you forget everything in the talk, just remember 3 things: learn, grow, collaborate. That's it. If you keep doing that entire life, you're going to be successful. There's about 1,000 people here at MIT on the right-hand side, and there's from all over the world, multicultural, very diverse, very smart people collaborating in a hackathon. Not everyone was from MIT. MIT invited people from all over the world. And that's the best thing you can do, is collaborate with people from outside the world. MIT didn't think they're the only ones that should be in the hackathon. They want to bring other people. That's how you learn and grow. As you can see, people from all over the world, different countries, different diversity, and I spent a lot of time mentoring them, and also as a judge later for Microsoft. And then, of course, always give back. Just because I did not go to an Ivy League doesn't mean I did not have great school. I think my school's amazing. Now we are, I think, number 5th in computer science in the entire country. I think around my time it used to be 73. So always start something good and work it out. And of course, we were at Chancellor's house. 2007, I did my internship at Mary Kay. In 2017, my boss and boss's boss and all of those amazing people would love to see me driving an Aston Martin there, 10 years later, because of course, whenever you learn, every single job you learn something from. I always have learned things from my employers, and that helped me later in life. And of course, why that was important, because there was only 2 sold in Austin. And then you get friends that are pretty famous and celebrities, and get to spend time with Damon, John, and Mel. That's me and my wife right there next to them. And it's a good life, Deepak Chopra, pretty famous people. And just 2 weeks ago, I was at Microsoft Ignite. Wait, 2 weeks or 1 week, something like that. Just a couple of weeks ago, I guess, interviewed at LinkedIn. And now I have 7 keynotes this month in 4 different continents. I'm very excited because this is my first one in Nigeria and the first one in Africa. So you guys are awesome. All right. And then, spoken at top conferences. And the good news with this is that you see how I'm learning and growing and giving back to the community, but also taking back from them. Whenever you ask me great questions, and I'm doing this all over the world, I learn a lot from you. And I keep learning and growing and collaborating. That's all I do. Wanted to just show you.
And success is possible, and I've shown this, while giving back to the community. A lot of people isolate themselves when they're trying to go towards their success journey, but I don't think that's important or true. I think collaboration will get you there sooner. And that's one of the things I loved about MIT was they collaborated very, very well. And then, of course, we have a team of experts. And as you can see, we have all sorts of different technologies out there. And we're very, very technology agnostic. And we just want to do the right thing and the best thing for our customers. And that's how we end up getting better at what we do. And that's true about all the major tech companies. They keep making stuff better. And then, luckily, I have some amazing clients. And, of course, this list hopefully will keep growing. Then some of these conferences that I've spoken at. All right, that was a lot, but let's talk about the agenda today. So it's very simple. I'm going to talk about two most important things. One is being a visionary, and I'm going to show you examples on how to do that and what kind of examples you can use in your life to get there. I'm not going to give you like books and small things like that to, here's not like a checklist to learn tech. That's easy. I mean, there's a lot of, resources out there. Tons of them are free. That did not happen in 90s when I started coding, or 80s actually. But second thing is attention to detail, and there's very few people who can do both. So if you can learn to do both, which took me a while, I think success is yours. I'll share a magic formula, and then I'm going to give you examples from different parts of computer science, algorithms, UI, DevOps, backend, and things like that. But those examples don't worry if you don't understand, let's say, artificial intelligence or something, because those are just examples to show how to think differently. So, sorry, that was a different technical keynote, not for this conference. Here's how a visionary thinks, right? When you look at data like this, in 1990s, I read the report that average tenure of companies on S&P 500 is now 20 years. Think about that. And that's when I was like 10 years old. And I'm like, wow, it used to be 33. And you could just guess that in future, the number is going to be lower. What does that mean? Technology was coming in, things were changing, companies were, doing well, but at the same time, if they did not continue to grow, they would lose that position quickly. And that told you that you yourself had to learn and grow. And this report was published many years before 2020. And now it's true because last year, a lot of this happened. If you did not digitally transform yourself, it was extremely hard because you had to work from home. There's no other way. No one was going to the offices. So if you take just these two things, this is how you create a vision. And there's a lot of reports out there that can help you create a vision for future. And you have to have a long-term plan. And then you got to pay attention to detail. So for example, if someone says do DevOps best practices, just so you know, this is not an exhaustive list, but that's a lot. Just DevOps alone, you're going to have to do all of this. But if you think in simple terms, you got to be agile. You should be able to deploy multiple times a day. You should be able to deploy your services independently, and you should be able to do continuous integration. And that needs to be part of your DNA. Now, that's the vision. But getting there means you pay attention to detail and go into best practices and do all those things. So there's a team you need to make things work. You can't do it alone. That's why we need collaboration. Let's talk about principles. A lot of times you'll notice that people go, here's an interview. And in that interview, they ask you to solve the principles. You'll be surprised in the last 10 years, only 3 people have answered my question on Liskov substitution principle. If I ask them what it is, they give me a perfect definition. But if I ask them, how would you unit test it? You'll be surprised only 3 people in the last 10 years. And I've interviewed tens of thousands of people. That tells you something. That tells you that everyone pays attention to the most common thing, which is the definition and how to use it. But very few people actually paid attention to how to unit test it. That means not a lot of people actually use that in production. And that's key for you, because if you start looking at it differently, you can become better than a lot of people out there that may not have that guidance, right? It's not that they're any better or you're any better. Everyone's the same. But now you put some effort and did some smart work and you realize there's a need. And I'm giving you data that I did not even have 10 years ago, right? So stuff like that is important. Attention to detail is important. Look at the enterprise patterns. There's a big list of it, and there's more than that. But at the end of the day, you don't need to know every single thing. You just need to know how they work and read them, understand them, familiarize yourself, and eventually when you want to use them, very simple, you can Google the code. All right, magic formula for success. Well, there's 2, right? The first one is Learn, grow, and collaborate. That's always going to be the magic formula for success. But what do your clients want? They want cost, quality, and time. They want high quality, low cost, very quickly delivered project, right? And you can do all the three because a lot of our competition doesn't do that. The reason is they want to sell hours, they want to create more people, they want to never finish the project sometimes, because if they finish the project, their revenue goes down. Whereas we're smaller and nimble, so we can go into one client, finish a project, go to another client. If I were to ask you a question, in 5 years, right, you're going to make the same amount of money. Would you rather do 5 projects or 1 project? I think it's more exciting to do 5 projects. So what we would rather do is do 5 different projects with 5 different clients, save them millions of dollars, make them billions of dollars, and keep learning and growing and collaborating. Whereas sometimes the competition wants to just, bill, which is great opportunity for you. So this is not that hard. A lot of people think this is hard. Well, it is hard because you're going to have to do hard work and smart work, but it's actually not that hard because there's really not much competition out there. Let's talk about performance. Why does it matter? Let's show you something real quick. These are 2 different algorithms, and you'll notice that one took almost 0 milliseconds, and this one has taken a while. That's almost 2 seconds, 1975. Value is the same. They both get you the same value. Count is 39, means it was called 39 times, and this was called millions of times. That's almost like 300 million or something. So if I were to show you the source, you'll notice this one is a very simple Fibonacci recursive, and this one is smarter, and it actually used memoizer as a technique, and it's actually way faster, but it's only called 30 times. This is a simplified solution. A lot of people go, we need simple solutions. Right. You probably need a simple API. It doesn't mean your solution cannot be complex. This may be a little bit more complex, but it's so much faster. Imagine waiting 2 seconds on your website just on the UI. I never made a call to the backend. So that's a bad thing, right? That's not a very good thing. It's not nice to your customer. So look at this slide. Long back when people showed the slide, and if you were to make a decision based on this slide, you would just pick React. And this slide is many years old, 5 or 6 years old. And keep in mind, there's things that matter, attention to detail. One of the things was Angular does tree shaking, so a lot of times you actually don't need that size. You may actually deploy with just 80 kilobytes if you wanted to. Number 2, there's a big community behind Angular as well as React. And now you know in future, Angular and React did really well. Number 3, this is just the side, the Vue library, whereas Angular is a complete framework, having a lot of other things. So these are 2 very competitive frameworks, but you cannot compare them because that does not include everything that you would use with the React, right? And Angular has a lot more functionality. And if you don't use that functionality, you don't have to pay for it. In hindsight, they both did extremely well. And we used these 2 as well as Aurelia for some of our clients wherever it made sense. But we kind of knew that Ember, just because the community was falling behind, is not going to be a good future. Angular 1 was not going to be supported. And Polymer's very good, used for Google and all, but somehow the community didn't pick it. So it might not be the best thing for the client. But there's so many other reasons before we even pick a framework, and we make sure it's customized to the client's needs. That attention to detail is extremely important. Now, we saw that, but we never talked about the performance. Well, these numbers changed quite a bit after the slide, and I think React is somewhere around 80 or even more now. But at that time, Vue was also there a little bit. I think it was like 45 to 50. But look at that. Like Angular, when it came out, had a pretty good performance. And Aurelia, in certain cases, had extremely good performance. So that could have been another reason before you start. But if you're doing a line of business app, none of this mattered. I think you were fine with even 45 to 50. So it's not a big deal. So it depends on what your needs are. But I'm just giving you the framework on how to think about these things. Let's talk about databases. A lot of people just use relational databases, which are great for functionality, but look at the scale and performance. They're not very good. And then some people get excited about caching engines, but what they don't realize is that they don't have a lot of functionality. And then some people only want to use NoSQL. What you can do is use wherever this tool makes sense, and you will be ahead of the game because a lot of people get stuck with what they know. That is sometimes not very good for the project. But if you go, I want to use caching, Redis for caching, I want to use, let's say, Cosmos DB for document and Postgres for relational, well, you got a very good solution out there. 2 books you should read. I wrote my book just because a lot of people said we don't have a big picture. And I said, I'm going to write a book for that. If you don't have the money to buy it, ask a library to purchase the book, and I'm more than happy to give away my author's discount. Means I'm not going to get into royalties, because my goal is not to make money off the book. It doesn't really give me any money. Whatever I get, I give it to charity. But the point was to show how over a weekend you can learn the big picture, and it's only 173 pages. And this is a way better book than my book. This is one of the best books ever written on algorithms. If you have time, it's about 1,300 pages. I highly recommend it. And then, of course, let's take some examples. A lot of people look at solutions in the terms of technologies they're using. Well, one of the things to understand is that you have technologies are changing, scales changing. So look at a data like this. And if you had a NoSQL, you could duplicate data because it scales out very easily. You can also do this. If you look at a website usually says, hey, pick a department or pick the state. And based on that, you can get the data and you can show that list. And with the IDs, you can get information. So that's an easy way to do index table. Think about someone who has a country with 50 states, has hundreds of cities with hundreds of properties and facilities. Are you going to do an entire join? That's 5 tables. And what if all you need is the name of the facility in a certain property? That's all you need. Document database makes a lot more sense here. Then there's something called composite key, right? A lot of times, retrieval can be extremely fast if you already know what your data is and you just create composite keys for them in one table and you keep updating that table. Now you've created order of constant as retrieval. And that's a very smart technique. Speed up your retrieval. You don't have to use anything. Any database, it can make it work. Take another one, NoSQL paradigm. You can group these. This way you can co-locate the user's data. A lot of cloud use this technique now. And if you're cognizant about where the data should be, then it makes your retrieval faster too. Look at that, something called inverted search. A lot of search engines use this, but if you understand how I'm doing this, it's a very simple way of speeding up your retrievals and organizing your data. And then the last one, this is very interesting. A lot of people look at this, go, this is a tree. Not really. It's actually very different. I can actually make it a hash table. Look at that. All the Samsung TVs will be in server number 3 and 4. All the data for cell phones is going to be server number 9 and 10. So now you look at this, it's not a tree. I can literally go make one call to server number 9 and get my data for cell phone. I'm done. That's one call. If it was a tree, I would have gone from 1 to 2 to 3 and all the way to 9. That would have been a long one. Another way to look at the same thing, it's not a tree. It's just data organized differently. Finally, you can also flatten your objects. Like this is good, but let's say you get the skills, then you're gonna have to comma separate them, and you're gonna have to do a contains operation, which is an expensive operation. Here, you can easily get that as a hash table, and it's order of 1, so it's extremely fast. Now you all know what machine learning is, deep learning is, and artificial intelligence is. I wanted you to check out this 3-minute video on YouTube. You can just search TensorFlow by Kasten, and you'll see this video. This video is actually, as you see, that these are the dots, and this is what AI does without training. And after training, it comes up with a much better curve saying, oh, that's the curve, right? Which is what they did. Now I took TensorFlow.js code and I chained this, and you will notice that this will get reloaded, and this is without training, so it's not very good. But look how my curve is getting trained, and it's actually better than the curve that you have here. It actually goes a little bit curved like this, gets all the way up, goes down. So it's a better algorithm. Now, TensorFlow.js, those guys are smart, girls are smart, right? They did a great job on that project. However, I could make some modifications to it and make it so much nicer that my client understands how AI approached the problem. What most of people, this is a few years ago I did this, thought you cannot actually figure out a way on how AI even got to where it got to. Simple things make huge difference in how you present yourself and how you get better. And again, this is handwriting recognition. We tried Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and looked at how they do their handwriting recognition. And you'll notice they do very well, but in certain cases, here Microsoft only has 2 errors, Google has 31. But here, Google has 4 errors and Microsoft's got 19. So there's room for opportunity. That's the best part about tech. There's so much new stuff coming all the time that even tech companies, are learning and growing as we go. So what we like to do is, if you learn how to make one of these things better, you can read our reports, you can, suggest them what they're doing. Those teams might pick you for a job tomorrow. And simple things. Look at this. everyone gets quantity wrong for some reason. I don't know why. And that's the same with Google, right? And that's the same with AWS. I would have expected this to have been tested pretty quickly. Simple things, but overall, very good solutions by all the three companies. When you look at these companies, you go, all right, I can probably make a contribution and do some things a little better. I can go on and on about this, but in short, here's the criteria. This is on our website. You can have a look at it. Then table recognition, they do a pretty good job and recognize details in a table and things like that. And it's all AI. But you can always take one of these things and get better at that and create something that's world class, put it on GitHub, make it open source, and then hope someone picks it and they collaborate with you. And look at search results. In a lot of cases, I was quite surprised that even Amazon, right? Like look at simple searches, only 6.8, Walmart 9.4. But in other cases, Amazon's actually 9, not bad, right? I mean, in some places, very well done. And overall, Amazon ends up second, but none of them even get to 80%. So there's room for improvement. And if you can do that, there's going to be room for you and your services out there. Then finally, always understand that if you write less lines of code, and you make a very high performing algorithm, look at the savings here. We just saved them more than $45,000. And that's 90% of the cost savings, 98% faster delivery, 85% less lines of code. So what we did is we gave them high quality, low cost, and less time of delivery. Less delivery time, right? Faster delivery. And that's we're giving all the three. It's not a triangle anymore. And then, of course, there's a couple of success stories and all you can see. But for motivation, I wanted to show this. And lastly, this is my last slide. Always remember that when I was poor, it only gave me empathy towards other people. And I now realize a lot of people could be poor because it's not really their fault, right? It's just a time of their life and, it's going to be over one day. No one's poor or rich entire life, probably, right? People go and change. It's the same people that are poor sometimes, same people that are rich. And then, of course, when I was sick, it rekindled mortality. And whenever I failed, it rekindled hope in me. And I believe there are no bad days. There's only good days. Adversity is your best friend. Always remember that. These are my quotes. And also remember, if you have negativity towards also remember that they are only reading curated content like you are. So they have a different perspective, not because they are a certain way. It's just because of what they're reading. And this is big in the AI world in the last 5-10 years. Remember, we're not important. Our contributions are very important. And then number one, this is very, very important. Don't follow money. Last 1 decade, a lot of people, my friends, followed money, didn't do very well. They were very, really smart. I think if you follow skills and good karma, money will follow you. And even if it doesn't, you'll still have a much better life. And then finally, the most selfish thing you can do is to help others selflessly. I woke up at 3 a.m. this morning to do this keynote, wanting to meet all of you. I don't even know you, but I know that you're great people because you're in tech and you're learning over a weekend. That's all I need to go help you out. And I love it. And once you do things like that, it's selfless and the return on that is priceless. And that I believe 100%. Do good karma, follow skills, learn, grow, and collaborate. And of course, thanks for having me here. I don't know if we have any questions so far. We had to go really, really, really fast to get this done in 25 minutes. Hopefully we have questions. Any questions? Oh yeah, someone asked me, do you have employees from Nigeria? No, I don't, but I'm more than happy to hire. So, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. It usually asks you to follow me. You can actually, if you go on there's a button over there, and if you click that, there's a connect button. LinkedIn by default says, follow, but I think you can get around it, and you can definitely message me there, or you can go to caston.com, which and then there's a lot of ways you can contact us or my team. Let me see if I can share the screen real quick. Right there, that's Caston. I hope you can see it. So you can just go to caston.com, and there's so many different ways to contact us. Every single blog post you read will have a way to contact us, or you can even just go here about us and say contact us. Fill up the form. Do say in the subject line that you were part of DevFest. That'll be so much easier because that email will get to me. Otherwise, we get a lot of emails, right? Yeah, there's a question. Someone else has a question. So what's the question? I don't really see any question. Can anyone put it in the private chat, or is it a chat that I don't have access to? Can you share the question, please? Okay. Looks like we don't have any questions anymore. But again, reach out to us through the website or LinkedIn. Either way, thank you so much. Oh, there is someone. Okay, so you have a question. If you want to reduce, all right, you want to choose between cost, quality, and time. Which one will you basically say, all right, which one you won't choose, right? See, here's the thing. A lot of times that decision is usually up to our clients. But if you ask me, I would always go for quality of code and faster delivery because it has different advantages. Let's say you are a Fortune 500 company, and by saving, let's just say by delaying the project for 6 months and making it low quality, you probably save like $1 million. You may lose billions in terms of revenue you could have got because you delayed. Your competition may be ahead of you, right? So you always want to be faster delivery and high quality. Why high quality? So you have less technical debt, and down the line, your framework or code or solution continues to scale and your product does well. And I think that's very, very important, because a lot of big mistake companies make, especially big ones, is trying to save like pennies and then lose pounds, right? And that's not what you want to do. There's a saying called penny wise, pound foolish. You don't want to do that. Yeah, so that's what I would do. But of course, there are times when there are no budgets and we're gonna have to work in any constraint, and that's completely okay. Well, thank you so much for having me. Oh, there's another comment, I guess. No, thank you. All right, thank you too. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your time. Have a great one, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone from Nigeria. Good morning from Eastern Time and other time zones, respectively. Um, Special thanks as a organizer. I'm saying special thanks to all the speakers that have um, addressed us so far. I learned a lot personally, perhaps more than many people here. because many of the tips and ideas and the demo that the speakers have demonstrated, it has very direct influence on my career path right now, on my technical skills and interest. So my session is for less than 5 minutes, and um, basically the main reason for this session is to address the absolute beginners in our community. Every year we have people move out of the region, and we have more people coming into the region, and I have a kind of repeating experience talking to people that want to start web development, mobile development in Android, and about Firebase and how they can host the application, database, and everything about it on Firebase. So I'm going to we're going to prepare another time to have an extensive talk with absolute beginners. So this talk is targeted to absolute beginners and not for intermediates and experts already with us. So basically, if you are in if you are in Firebase for the first time, Firebase is, or you've heard of it but you don't really know what it does. Firebase is just a web service that it's comprises of platform as a service, it has database, it has hosting, and a couple of other features. Let me share my entire uh, screen. Um, so it has real-time database, hosting, authentication, everything here you can see on the screen. Firebase does it and even more. So we're going to be introducing a series of events that are targeting once again to absolute beginners on how they can leverage on Firebase to host their static pages, for people that are learning stuff like Node and Angular and various web frameworks. Also, you can host them on Firebase, and it's very very easy to do with the CLI, and that's the CLI integration is one of the most difficult things for absolute beginners because of the commands and everything. So, but I want to assure all the beginner audience listening that it's very, very easy. It's perhaps even easier than using the GUI tools. So we're going to communicate the schedule of this event to the entire community because of our time. So I am going to step out of the session now, and thank you very much. So my contact information, I believe, is already on the web. Fizani A. That's me. If you want to reach out to me, so we'll quickly let um, another speaker. I think the last person today on this event. We quickly let the next speaker in right now. So over to you, Manu.
senior product manager to an organization, a company right in Lagos. I develop softwares. My core has been PHP. I also write a little of Solidity for cryptocurrencies. I manage a lot of products, both here and somewhere eating. So let me just try to say, one of the problems that have been observed over the years is that because we are newbies, because of we don't think outside the box of numbers of users while we're developing. So we come around telling people that I'm a developer, and when you get into the industry, you are stuck because of the type of architecture you're familiar with. Most of us are familiar with monolithic type of architecture, while the most recognized in the industry is microprocessor-based application, which they leverage on cloud systems. So when you are developing on your systems, and because of some of those untested real-world systems, you assume that you have been able to cross those Rubicon. So what we are trying to look into is that for you to be a good developer, having a mindset that you are having an audience of over 1 million users. Because when you start to test, when million users start to access your system, is it scalable? So those are the issues that comes into play when we are talking about systems that are over 1 million users. When you are already getting towards, I don't know if any of you have ever developed an application and published it, and you requested for users, and within few days you realize that your bandwidth is exhausted. That happened to me in 2010. I was privileged to develop. I was able to use the same template Shewa used for Naraland. So I published it, and within 18 hours, all I could see on my page is that bandwidth exhausted. So if I've been able to think outside the box, considering what is going to be needed, so I will have been able to provide for larger rooms that even if 50 people access my system within just few hours, I won't be having problems. So this spans beyond me. That's one of the things that the newbies experience. Okay, so how do you plan for this? One of the things is that you consider your architecture. Okay, I'm not scaring you as a newbie that you should jump from monolithic to microprocessor or microservices systems, but I would rather say, but systemically start to migrate. I thank Femi Davis for bringing us into Firebase. Some of the facilities, some of the micro services we needed are available on these places. The likes of authentication facilities, you might not need to plug that in. And one thing is that when you start to go into large systems, you are feeding on different sources of microservices. You have a lighter, you have a more refined system. You have a lighter service to your own, and you can actually turn off some of those things. So one of the things I'll try to mention here is that you need to look into your database as well. Now, if you are the likes that you like to have all your, I was privileged to review a code recently, and I realized that about 5 different pages, 5 different pages were transitionally being linked to one single table. And one of the things that is going to happen is that you're going to have redundancy in your database. Normalization is not going to, so you will be using different functionality to be able to scoop out your data, but at the same time you are giving the system a big problem. You are giving the server a big problem. Processing time is going to be very, very, instead of processing within 10 seconds, you can actually go for about 35 seconds. So traffic, and when you are processing a system for such a longer time, you are having 10,000 users at the same time. What is happening to your server? It's getting heated up. So indirectly, for you to be able to have a system that is scalable, that could actually accommodate over millions of users, within 2 hours or 3 hours, if you have a very good traffic, such a system might fire up. Okay? So when you are developing such a thing, you consider a proper database management skills. So develop, you can actually have a five column for each table, so that the one that is not needed is not actually being disturbed. Are you with me? Let's assume I'm developing an application. I wanted to, okay, let me just take a university management system as an example. I've been able to use a primary key to be able to link 2 different or 4 tables. What that means is that just one out of it is what will be needed. So if I'm using, as somebody like me with Laravel, I'll be able to call only when it's needed. But somebody that have is biodata, class, hospital details, or family details on the same table, they are not always needed. Do you want to tell me that when you needed my details, when I also need my parent details? No. Am I talking to some of us now? So being able to create different silos of tables will save you of a lot of traffic affecting the database, or even affecting your server. So some system chooses to use different approach. For cache traffic, a server is being used. For database proper, another server is being used. So they actually use a kind of it's not a P2P architecture, but they use some organizations use an MVP. But I don't know if I'm talking to some of us. If you're familiar with MVP, if you are familiar with MVC rather, if you are familiar with MVC, can you? Okay, you understand that your entity exists. To some of you that are writing .NET frameworks, you know that your entity stays somewhere. The model that I discussed with that is somewhere. The visual is somewhere. The machine, the core itself, the controller stays somewhere. So what it does is that it does not disturb the database when it's not needed. The front end does not also mingle with what goes on from the rear back. So one of the advantages is that it saves you of a lot of trouble. So when you look into your database, be able to create a normalized system, consider your cache and consider your traffic when you are designing. At the same time, traffic is two-way thing. You are sending a request, and your server is giving it back to you. And when you are sending within 10 seconds. It takes 10 seconds to go. How many seconds is it going to take to come back? So you are actually crowding your system. You are crowding your server. So I would rather advise you. So when you are developing an application that you are developing an application, have a mindset that you are not developing for yourself alone. Okay? So then don't have a mind that you are developing for only Ado-Ekiti. Are you with me? Don't have a mind that you are developing for Nigeria. So, pardon? So when you are having such a foresight, it saves you of a lot of problem, and it gives you a room to be able to scale. Okay, what is my load balancing software? Which load balancing software am I using? So some of these things will actually help you in being able to reduce problem when they're about to come up. To avoid fallovers, some of the points I've been able to raise are very, very important. Consider your database. Number 2, consider your cache, traffic. Consider the load balancing software you'll be using. And most importantly, take advantage of microservices. Thank you so much. If you have questions, I'm here to answer some of your questions.
A round of applause for him. Thank you so much for your time. Please, do we have any questions for him in respect to his session? Any questions? How about outside his line? Maybe he can help us with some of the answers. Any questions online? Okay, thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate. Thanks for gracing us with your presence and your knowledge. All right, this is DevFest Ado 2021. Our food is almost here. I am happy to do this. I'm excited. All right, do we have... Okay, it's not around. Thank God. Okay, before we have the conclusion and the vote of thanks from Mr. Oluwabusayo today, we'd just like a quick summary of something significant you've learned today. It could be something that you learned over time, but you forgot and it just popped up, and you're like, oh, this thing. Or it could be something you just learned newly today, or something you would like to add, or an advice you would like to, share with everyone here. Do we have anybody in the house? Anyone in the house, sorry. Come on. We've been paying attention, haven't we? I'm going to call. Should I? Okay, I see someone waving there. Hello. Please, can you just come give us a summary of what you've learned so far? Very short, 1 minute each. I'm picking 5 persons. 5 persons. And when I just come around and touch you, just know you're the next person to speak. All right. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Very shortly. One of the most important things I've learned today is to learn, grow, and collaborate. And then don't try to compete, collaborate. Collaboration is the new competition. Thank you very much.
All right, your name and very quickly what you've learned so far.
All right, so I'm David Ado-Ekiti, David Lisbon. 3 things I actually learned. That was in the aspect of leveraging relationships in building your startup. 1, know your customers, know your product, know your customers, and then the third one, I don't remember clearly, but yeah, that's actually very insightful, because I actually learned that yes, one very important thing in startups and generally in your dev career is that you should actually leverage on the relationships that you have, leverage on the people you have, the human resources that you have. It will definitely take you a very long way. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. God bless you. All right, the next person we have here.
All right, so my name is Olawi Ajaya. So far, like, I was able to tap some knowledge on that database management, like database optimization, like how to go about, like, those that are working with backend, how to try, if we are scaling our apps, what we need to do. So I learned about microservices and how to work on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And you look really lovely. All right, let's have the beautiful lady. This is her first time attending Dev First. And in short, this is the first time attending any of development festival, right? Okay, so what have you learned so far?
Okay, so I've learned that we should leverage on friendships, and I've also learned that we should know our customers, we should know our product, know what we're doing. But we should know our products better than anyone, and we should have a burning desire to succeed.
All right, thank you so much. Is there any other person that would like to? Thank you. Please, let's have you in the house. This is a platform to share your ideas. This is a platform to tell someone what you've learned, something you know that can help the person. In the future, when the person is speaking, either in Nigeria or anywhere in the country, the person will remember you and the person will call your name. I've had such an experience and I want you to have the same.
All right, thank you so much. I've learned a lot, but out of everything I've learned is that while onboarding your team members, please don't just add team members indiscriminately, in the sense that try to know what you want and use that to, select the kind of team members you want, because in the long run, you shouldn't motivate them. You should show them the passion. So then let passion drive them so that you won't, so that they won't live on motivation in the long run. So let passion drive your team members. Show them, let vision drive them so that you won't keep motivating them to do what you want to do in the future.
All right, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Is there anyone else? Okay, let me just add to what he said. I can't remember the quotes in C, but it goes something like this. If you want someone to do a job, tell the person you want the person to do a job. Don't tell the person how the person should do that job. You'll be stunned at the creativity the person would use in accomplishing that task. You will be wowed, and you would even feel yourself the more. Let me use the Ninja slang. This is Dev Fest Ado 2021, and it's been an exciting time. I want to give, before Mr. Oluwabusayo comes to speak, I would like to just appreciate everyone who is here. My sister is watching online. Adetu Damnola, I love you. Zara, Aisosa, I love you. Uncle Sosa, I love you. To all my friends, all the support, thank you so much. I love you all. All right, Mr. Davies, Mr. Dave, Oluwabusayo, sorry. Sorry about that, Dave.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here. Though it's not as elaborate as expected, but I thank you all for out of your busy schedule to make it up here. Like, let's come together, learn, share together. And I want to use this medium to appreciate all our partners, Delivery Now NG, that give out a free coupon code to download, to order for a food and deliver it to your house free of charge. At the same time, I appreciate Crystal Hub for their support. I appreciate the first 8 people here. Please, when you are going out, you can go there and do a free blood sugar test, free of charge. All expenses covered, free of charge. Please do it before you go. And I appreciate all our supporters, everybody. I appreciate my Oga, Mr. Mobolaji Tenibij, for your presence. I've been honored. Thank you so much. He's a boss, he's a mentor, he's a brother, and God bless you, sir. All the volunteers of this program, I appreciate you all. Both GDSC, EXO, GDSC Foyer, both their leader and their community member. God bless you. I appreciate you. Till we see next year or next time, don't lose the focus. I remain my humble self, David Oluwabusayo. Thank you.
It's me again. Goodness, Olawore is my name, and we quickly run through the second gaming session. So the first game session was a little bit technical, but this session is going to be very relaxing, right? And trust me when I say that. So, as usual, go to www.scout.it. So, the pin is 9344454. 934454. Okay, so please use a name that you can be identified with, that you can be easily identified with. Kahoot.it, Kahoot.it. The pin is 9344454. 9344454. So for the first game session, for the winners, okay, I think I would just announce them together. So can we start? The pin is 9344434, then 54, 93, 44, 45, then 4. Can we start? Can we start? Should we ban the 3 the 3 winners of the first game? Should we ban them from playing this game? We should not ban them. Okay. So at the count of 10, I'm counting down. We'll start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you are going to see some funny questions. Don't get carried away. Press the answer before you laugh. If you want to laugh. The code 93444, then 54. 934, 445, then 4. I'm starting now. DevFest Ado-Ekiti 2021, game 2. In 3, 2, 1. The first question. What is the theme of DevFest Ado 2021? Option A, The Avengers. Option B, Defocus. Option 3, A New Dispensation. Option 4, Living in the Future. Okay, so the answer for that is Defocus. Because we are focusing. Okay, Olo is leading. The second question out of 10, what is DevFest? Option A, a gathering of footballers. Option B, a movie watch party. Option C, a gathering of tech enthusiasts and developers. Option D, a religious gathering. Okay, everybody actually got that. To the next question. Okay, Saint Malik is stopping the chart. The second question, how many colors are there in the Google logo? Option A, 4, green, white, green, red. Option B, 4, blue, red, yellow, green. Option C, 4, blue, white, green, red. Option D, 4, blue, green, brown, purple. Okay. The correct answer is option B, blue, red, yellow, green. Olo is topping the chart. OLO, Olu, Olo, anyone. Okay, 4 out of 10 questions. The following are examples of Google products, except A, Gmail, B, Drive, C, Netflix, D, Photos. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is Netflix. Netflix is not owned by Google. The next question. Okay, Olo is still leading. Question 5. Who is the current lead of GDG Ado-Ekiti? Option 1, Goodness Olawore. Option B, Adefemi Admo. Option C, Daniel Umuren. Option D, David Oluwabusayo. Okay. So the answer is option D, David Oluwabusayo. The 6th question. Who is considered the father of computing? Option 1, Claude Chalon. Option B, Lai Mohammed. Option C, Charles Babbage. Option D, Henry Ford. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The correct answer is what? Charles Babbage. To the 7th question. A bungalow building is painted brown on the outside. What is the color of the staircase? You can guess. Option A is white. Option B is blue. Option C, none of the above. Option D, brown. Let's see. Okay. The correct answer is option C, none of the above. Because a bungalow doesn't have staircase. So 8 people actually missed that question. It is where. You can try to build your own bungalow and you understand. Eighth question out of 10. What is the name of the player who won the Squid Game? God will help me with the pronunciation. Option A, Song Gi-un. Option B, Seong Lee-un. Option C, Song Lee-un. Option D, Song Only. Okay. So the correct answer is option A, Song Seong Gi-un. Forgive us for that, for the pronunciation if we pronounce that wrongly. If I pronounce that wrongly. Okay, always topping the chart. The ninth question. Windows is an example of dash. Dash. A, software. B, operating system. C, application. B, browser. Correct answer is what? Operating system. Okay. The last question. What does the internet prefix www stand for? A, wide width wickets. Option B, World Wide Web. Option C, World Wide Weather. Option D, Western Washington World. And the correct answer is what? World Wide Web. Wow, nobody missed that question. So, so that's the end of the second game. So let's see who wins. Drum roll. The third winner is the second runner-up is Blaze. The first runner-up is Favored. And the winner of the second game is OLO. Olo. Is it Olo or Olo? So who is Blaze? Blaze, are you here? Okay. Who is Favored? Okay. Who is Olo? Online. Okay. So Olo, if you are online, please send your email. Just drop your email on the chat box. So we'll contact you. So for this game, so that's that about that. So do we have the presentation, the prize giving now? Okay, so for the first game, I read the prize for this second game for the first game. So for that first game, the winner goes home with one shirt, one coupon from DNS to order any kind of food of your choice and gets it delivered to you anywhere in Ado-Ekiti. One free Flutter course and one ebook with the title Coding is Not Enough. The second position, I'm sorry. Okay. The second position goes home with one shirt, one coupon to order any food of your choice, one free Flutter course, and one ebook also. The third position goes home with one shirt and one coupon code from DNS. Then for the second game that we just concluded now, the winner goes home with one shirt. The first position goes home with one shirt, one coupon from DNS, one free Flutter course, one ebook. The second position goes home with one coupon from DNS, one shirt, and one Flutter course. Then the third position goes home with one coupon code from DNS and a round of applause. So a round of applause for the third. So can they come forward? Okay, so for the first game, we have. I'm coming. I'm trying to find the name. Tom Simpson. You will come and explain what that name means, though. We have Tom Simpson.